Heyo, welcome on back to the Outer Worlds. I am very happy and very excited to keep on playing this game, man. I genuinely love this game a lot, and I don't know. I'm curious to see how I feel about both DLCs, because I'll be honest, going through this DLC, the Murder on Eridanos, I think is how you say the planet's name. Is it a planet? Yeah, it is. It's like the second biggest planet, right? It's like the queen or the king of one of them. But yeah, no. There are some parts that I have found to be really enjoyable and fun and cute. And then there are a couple of other moments. I find that funny. Anyway, but there are like a couple of moments where I'm just like, bleh. I'm just like, yeah, it's too much for me, man. You know? Hmm. 1,000 bits, huh? Okay. I don't want to do it. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I actually don't want to do that. I don't want to sit here respecking my whole class just to use the science weapons, which I finally got a science gun that I'm like, I would love to use this. But yeah, anywho, I I don't know. I think my problem yesterday is that I was doing like I don't know. There's like two problems. Is that A, I was like doing the main story, and typically if it's like, oh hey, here's a person you can talk to, I'm like, okay, well, time to go exhaust all the dialogue options. Typically, that's just like my first instinct. But like for some of them, I'm just like, I don't like this guy, and I don't care about what he has to say. So yeah, that's why this is called Solving and Scalding, because I'm going to be solving a murder mystery, and I'm going to give you some scalding hot takes, and I'm also going to burn people to death with a flamethrower. You know, like a
Hope you've
hero.
been enjoying your stay.
Oh man. Speaking of burning, I've been watching more of Beef.
I must
If you know that show, you'll probably get what I mean. But no, I've been really I don't know, I've been really enjoying rewatching Beef. Like I think it's like a great show. And I don't know, I'm very curious to see what they do with season 2 if that ever comes out, cuz I think like there were like two famous people. One of them was Jake Gyllenhaal. Well, there were four famous people, but like one of them was Jake Gyllenhaal. One of them was like another person. One of them was, yeah. Hold on, wait. I can find it because it actually brings up for me a interesting discussion, and like uh it's something that I don't really I don't know. It's something that I find annoying when talking about and discussing various things. Hmm. All right. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, the kind of four main leads of the second season of Beef are Charles Melton and Kaylee Spaney, and then Jake Gyllenhaal and Anne Hathaway. Hathaway. I think I'm half away from pronouncing her name correctly. But yeah, it's just halfway, right? Anyway though, yeah, I'm trying. Okay, yes, all right, it is the same person. Kaylee Spaney. That was like somebody who people really wanted as Ellie in the Last of Us TV show, which like I don't know, man. It's like it's like this joke and this point has been made before, but like you know, if you really want to like cast like an adaptation of something, it's like I think you need like a good combo. I think you can't just have somebody who knows next to nothing about it and does not care about the property at all, but you also don't need somebody who is like a fan. You know, like somebody who's like obsessed with the piece of media, because like they're just going to get it wrong. They're just blinded by the fact that they think they know what's best, but it's like, do you think you know what's best, or do you think the person who made the thing knows best, right? Like, I don't know. You can disagree with an author. You can disagree with how they take a character or a story.
Stalking, and we're stalking.
But it's like to think you know all and you're 100% right, and like the people who are casting the big budget, huge television show are wrong is insane to me. Because it's like it's like, I don't know. You see this now with season 2 with like Abby being cast. I think Caitlin Denver is her name, though I'm not quite sure. But it's like, take also, for example, Pedro Pascal as Joel. Like, he doesn't look like Joel. He doesn't sound like Joel. He's not Troy Baker. It's like, he is, like, you know, a different person. But he's playing this character, and he plays the character well. And, you know, that's probably part of the reason.
Berry juice?
Oh. Look at that. Now this is how you're supposed to go about exploring this area. But yeah, no, anyway. It's like, it's not like a one-to-one. He does a good job portraying the character, and that's why he was hired. He was also probably hired because he's a big name and he's a big star and he'll attract more people to the show, you know? So it's like, it's just, I find it absurd to be like, I don't know about this casting choice. You haven't seen the show. Watch the show and then talk about it, okay? But don't sit here having not watched the show, having not seen the actor's performance, and being like, yeah, I think they should have casted this person. Yeah, the person who's in the show and did a really good job and, you know, is really great. Yeah, I don't know. I think really it should have been this other person that didn't get the role. Like... Yeah, man, and I wish we live in a world where everyone was able to have everything they wanted and nobody did anything bad, you know? It's like, I wish that, but that's not the reality of the world. So you can either take the world as it is and judge it for what it is, or you can shut up, because it's just so annoying every time. Where it's like, I don't know, it's like, I get it, but at the same time also it's like, blah. It's like, who cares, you know? It's like, if you care, that's great, but I think you should find something better to care about, you know? Because it's like, it's like, I don't know, take Hades 2 that's coming out. I care a lot about that game, but you want to know what I'm doing for Hades 2? Nothing at all. I am not paying attention to it. I am actively avoiding pretty much anything that's coming out for it, you know? They had the, War Song update trailer come out, and I'm like, cool. I will play that once I can, because I play exclusively on a PlayStation 5. Should I, you know, put myself in debt to buy a PC to buy a bunch of, or to play a bunch of games on? Maybe, but you know what? I live my life the way I live it. You can judge me if you so wish, if you so choose, but it's like, you know, who cares? We're all gonna die. Find something you care about. Find the thing that you love passionately, and you know, care about that in a healthy, pretty normal way. You know, because it's like that is always the interesting thing about me, or the about me, I guess. But no, about the internet. I mean, and as thing I find interesting about it is that people are just willing to like expose themselves as like freaks and weirdos, which is fine, but it's like, do you not have like self-perception? Like, do you not see yourself in what you do and what you say, how you say it, how you do it? And do you not think, maybe I could improve, maybe I could do something better, maybe I could go about it in this way, or maybe I could express my opinion this way, where it's like somebody else can see me express this opinion, and they won't immediately go, oh my god, what is this guy talking about? Who cares? And here's the thing, you can say whatever you like, however beautifully you want to say it, and somebody might still come up to you and be like, yeah, I don't care about what you're saying, this sucks. It's like, alright, cool. Why are you saying that to me? Oh, man. Anyway, is there anything for me to do other than look at this fucking Willy Wonka-ass factory? Let me in. I want to get pushed into the vat.
Almost makes you forget they're probably hiding a terrible secret in there.
Oh, they're hiding, like, terrible secrets, and dead bodies, and probably dead children. Again, it's a Willy Wonka-ass building. Oh, where the fuck are you guys? Oh, there you are. Why are you so far away from me? Did I change something? Isn't there like a... Oh. Why'd you guys start walking at a medium distance from me? Okay. Trying to turn around to look at these characters. I can't see them. Okay, great. Lovely, man. Alright. Dude, finally. Jesus Christ. It took me forever to finally get those people tuned in to tune out, man. It's like, hey, listen, I get it. I get if you want to come into my live stream and, like, say things to me, but, like, I don't care. If you're not going to be, like, a real person about it, don't say anything to me. Alright? Because I'm a real person. If you say something to me, I will respond to you like you are an actual person. I will treat you as a person and not just like an entity. You know? Because it's like, take the, I don't know, the comment was just like, by unnamed person. That's literally their name. And, they just said Hades 2 War Song Update. And it's like, what? Just say words. You have to convey meaning when you type something out. If you type something out and it's just words, that's meaningless, right? Like, you have to put your words into a sentence that conveys meaning. Otherwise, you are just saying words. And if you're just saying words, you can say them out loud to yourself when nobody can hear them, because nobody will understand anyway. Quick and dirty. Who's killing this guy? Let's take a look at old Quick and Dirty. We supply the quick, you supply the dirty. Oh, man. Yeah, honestly, it is a shame, right? Because, like, I don't know, this is just, like, my take with live streaming, is that it's, like, I don't know, I wish I had, like, more real people that watched my live stream and, like, were, like, people with, like, opinions and, like, things to say, and not just, like, nothing or, like, weird shit that will get them permabanned instantly. Like, it just, like, fascinating to me that it's, like, I don't know, man. Treat me like a human. I'll treat you like a human. You have to, like, be a human to me.
Nicely done.
Right? Am I wrong? You know, I guess you can argue I'm still working in customer service, but the difference is between me working in customer service and, like, me live streaming is that I'm my own boss. Like, I guess YouTube is technically my boss, but they're, like, a boss who doesn't give a shit. Like, they're the ones that, like, own the building, but, like, I'm the one in my little section going, hey, here I am, come, buy my wares. What are you buying, stranger? Come on, what do you want, my blood? I'll give you my blood, good deal, good blood, great blood. Alright, how much you want, a gallon? I got a gallon of blood. Alright. Many streamers will placate and pretend to be your friend, but I will bleed for you, and I will not pretend to be your friend. Fuck you, I don't know you. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, again, with like I don't know. Maybe the guy is like well intentioned. Maybe he's like well meaning, but it's like you come into my live chat and you're like, Hades 2 War Song update. What does that mean? What do you mean? You say what you mean. Do you say, hey, if you want, hey, why aren't you playing the Hades 2 War Song update? I'd be like, oh, well, I'm not playing it because unfortunately I only play on a PlayStation 5, so I don't have access to Hades 2 early access. And besides, I would rather wait for Hades 2 to be fully out before I do anything with it, because the game might change, subject to change at any time, and I want to see what the final product is. So I didn't play Hades, the first game, until like years after it released. And, I couldn't have been happier with that. And plus, anyway, I got to go back and replay it at some point. I might very well do so after I'm done completing the Outer Worlds, but I might not complete the Outer Worlds because I start up the Outer Worlds and I'm like, this is just such a nice, peaceful area to walk around and talk with. And then I just do that. So that way I don't get disappointed by the story. Oh yeah, shit. Actually, this reminds me. Alongside like all the people who are like, they should have cast this actor in this TV show. You haven't seen the show, a-hole. Shut your mouth. All right, shut it. Shut your a-hole, because all that comes out of your supposed mouth is shit. And you know what we call that? We call that an asshole. Okay. So if you got anything other than shit to contribute, please, I'm all ears. All right. I'm open eyes and open mouth. Put it directly in. All right. But if you're going to be, if you're just going to be shitting all the time, get off the damn pot. All right. Other people got to use it or something. I don't know. I'm mixing my metaphors here. But yeah, it's like, it's frankly like fucking fascinating. Just the way people like act and talk about things. Alright, yeah, anyway. Let's go ahead and do a momentary taste of purple berry, right? Yes, I gotta go report to Administrator Ludovico. But yeah, oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about was I saw somebody, it's somebody I follow. I forget what their TikTok name is. I could really look it up if you want me to. But like they do like gaming content, and they usually talk about like RPGs. Like I forgot why exactly I started following them, but it might have been for like their Skyrim takes, or it might have been for like something along those lines. But they were talking about Avowed, and they were talking about how when Obsidian was working on the Outer Worlds, a lot of people were like, "Oh, please make it like a classic Fallout RPG. Please keep the silent protagonist. Please do this and do that." And I'm like, I'm surprised that you think they really took that into account, because like I'm sure they do. But like I'm sure it's like to a much lesser extent than like you're like attributing it to, right? It's like I think again you need a good balance. Like you need to have like multiple people on your team that like recognize like, oh hey, here's stuff we should put in for people, for fans, for people who are going to like this thing and who are going to enjoy it. And then I think you also need, on top of that, somebody with like a creative vision, like somebody who is going to go out of their way. Ooh. All right. I wouldn't leave your note out in the open like that, Mr. Thief.
What could that have been?
Here we go.
I wanted to make you smile.
Yeah, you're not gonna tell me that's the sickest weapon you ever did see. But yeah, there's. Oh yeah, so she talked about how that's like the story with like the Outer Worlds. And then with like Avowed, they're like trying something new, and now people are complaining that it's like new. And I'm like, that's not really what I've seen. Like, I don't know. I think the reasonable criticisms of the game are like, I'm not a huge fan of the gameplay systems. I'm not big on the magic. Like, it just didn't feel impactful. Doesn't feel like very worthwhile for me to invest into. Uh, that's sort of the stuff I've been seeing. But like, most people are like, oh yeah, the story's good and like the exploration is great. And I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like, okay, so the things that like make an RPG good and fun are the things that are in the game. I don't know, because it's like in this day and age, you never know when somebody's complaining about a game or criticizing a game because they have actual genuine criticisms about the game and about the piece of media, or if they are just saying, you know, like, uh, oh hey, I really dislike this thing or something along those lines, you know. Hmm. Yeah, hold on. There was like something I wanted to invest into that I was like, oh man, I haven't invested in this at all, and now it's kind of screwing me over. I think it's kind of partly hack. I think it's also like partly science. But yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna jam all my points into hack. Which I will say, I do miss the hacking mini game. Like when I was a kid and I didn't really understand the hacking mini game, I was like not about it at all. Weird science and wild science. Give me wild science. But yeah, but then when I figured out, like, I don't know what you even call it, but like the way hacking works in like the Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas are also Fallout 4 is, but it's like it's way worse because it's like I want more. I want like more complicated things because it's like genuinely fun when you figure it out. When you figure out like, oh, it's like when you hit a word and it's like, oh, there's like 2 out of 7, where it's like, oh hey, like 2 of the letters in this are correct, and so you like you pick like another word that's like it's like specifically the letter and the space. So it's like if the password is like bets, like BETS, and then you pick something like Seth, it'll be like 2 out of 4, and like E and T will be right, and you got to like figure that out. And like I always think it's like a fun little mini game to do. It's like in this game you just hack and it's just like, oh, you did it, and it's like it's like I don't need a complicated puzzle, but I like a little brain teaser, you know. I like a little thing as like fun and cute and interesting. Oh yeah, speaking of like opinions on games that I have, uh, there's a YouTuber I quite like, Jack Saint. Don't know if you heard of him. I think one of the first things I ever watched by him, and one of my favorite things ever by him still, is his video on Y2K, i.e. Yik. If you're looking it up, it's like Y capital I K. Get it? It's like Y2K, and it's like it promotes itself as like a postmodern RPG, which is like just another way of saying it's dog shit. Now, anyway. Stealth skills +5. Then your lockpick, your hack. Beautiful. Beautiful. Engineer's note. You have access to Bob Mott's personal minimal effort door control protocol. If you're reading this message and you are not Bob Mott, exit this console immediately and do not enter my personal quarters. Ooh, interesting. Access messages. To R. Motts from Grand Colonial Hotel Management. Robert, this is to inform you that tampering with hotel property is unacceptable. You are not authorized to repair the malfunctioning time clock. I know you were eager to avail yourself of Rizzo's free tour in exchange for 10,000 hours on the clock, but you've forgotten where your loyalties lie. By accepting that free tour, you would have unwittingly agreed to become a part of Rizzo's family. You're Slug, not Rizzo's. Rather, you were Slug. I'm disappointed in you, Robert. Consider this message your termination notice effective on receipt. Oh, damn. It's pretty sad. Poor Robert. But yeah. What was I talking about beforehand, just a few seconds ago? Was it... Oh, yeah, it was Jack Saint. He's been playing through Control. And, it's like... I don't know, man. I think if you play Control, you have to, like, preface it... You have to preface the fact that in Control, the game will expect you to do a lot of combat. If you don't like the combat, or you find the combat boring, or you're like, I don't want to shoot a bunch of faceless zombies in a game, you know? It's like, that's fine and fair. Just invest into the picky up and throwy things. Like, you play as, like, a superhero where you're able to float around, you're able to dash, you're able to bring up, like, a shield from random debris, you're able to pick up objects and chuck them at 1,000,000 miles per hour at people, and people are like, I don't like all these samey combat scenarios. And it's like, I don't know, I don't want to be too much of a dick, but it's like, A, they're fucking fun. Like, I get if you're bored by them, alright, but it's like, it's like, I don't know, people act like it's like criminal. It's like, what's all this gameplay doing in my game? Yuck. I wish I just wish I was like jerking off and wanking around and solving puzzles instead. Why does my action game have to have fucking action in it? Sorry, this is all being said that I like Jack Saint, and I wouldn't be making fun of him this much if this was just how he felt about the combat. Because also, Yahtzee, another reviewer I really like, he did not like the combat in Control. I don't know how he felt about Control. I think he was kind of like lukewarm on Control at best. But yeah, so it's like, I do definitely get where he's coming from, but like, I think the combat's fun. Like, you're a superhero and you're like bashing mindless zombies. It's fun. Like, and they're not always mindless. There are some interesting enemies later on. I do wish there were more interesting enemies versus just like generic like dude that's shooting at you, you know? It's like, I do definitely get that annoyance, but like, I don't know. I think there's like enough enemy variety that it keeps it interesting. But yeah, but like the combat is like really fun, and in my opinion, it's fun and it's interesting. At least to me, it does not get tedious. It can be tedious, but like, I don't know, that's like a game where it's like you're never like exploring around for the sake of exploring around, right? Like you're not going about being like, oh, hey, I want to find all the things, and no, you're saying, he's like, you're going around and you're like, oh, hey, I want to find all the things, but like I feel like the game does a decent job at like directing you at like, okay, here's where you're supposed to go and here's what you're supposed to do. There's been like a couple of puzzles where I get stuck on, but I don't know. I'll get stuck on any puzzle. If you don't make it clear to a baby gamer like me, I might just get lost. I might get stuck trying to figure something out or trying to do something when the thing I'm trying to do is impossible, you know? So anyway, all these things are fine. Like, you can completely disagree with me and be like, oh, the combat is really boring and repetitive and like stupid and dumb. And then I would say, well, don't you know that's actually a theme and a joke in the game? Is that this is like now Jesse's 9 to 5? Like, in spite of it being like this extreme crazy world where all this like insane weirdo SCP level shit happens, it like it's like boring and mundane. Like you have people in office jobs with, like walking around and like people with, like button up shirts and like they're still all like government employees even though they work in the most like batshit insane government building that's like it's like the oldest house. It's like the first house ever made. It has like magical properties to it where you can never like quite know where you're going or how the building is laid out. It's constantly changing, and it's like genuinely like really fascinating and really interesting. And and like I don't know, I just think it's funny that like Jesse's like 9 to 5 job becomes like just clearing out the building. Like she just has to do that as part of her job, you know. And I do think that's pretty fun. But then, like, I did also, not him specifically, but people in, like, the replies are being like, yeah, and the story is just a rip-off of SCP. And it's like, yeah, SCP is, like, a good foundation for, like, storytelling. That's why there's a whole lot. But, no offense, if you like SCP, you know, I never got into it. I was never like, oh, boy, I can't wait to watch a fucking 30-minute YouTube video essay about this like text document. Oh, sorry, Pravarti. I didn't mean to talk to you. I got a lot on my mind apparently, as you can see. A fucking half an hour worth of shit on my mind to just talk about as I wander around in the back rooms with all the sprats and the fucking and the employee quarters, which is like it's like this is funny. Like it's like funny and like sad and like a little poignant. That's like, oh yeah, the actual people who work here, like they live in like these like awful areas where it's like there's nothing good, but then it's like upstairs in the hotel, it's all fancy and nice, and it's just like, oh yeah, well, that's how it is. Now can I talk to you, sir?
I'm so behind. I'm sorry, I still can't talk idly right now. Come back if you have something very important you need to discuss.
Okay, fine, Palorino, fine. But yeah. But yeah, so it's like even if you have that opinion, I kind of have the opposite opinion where it's like, oh man, this is just ripping off of SCP, and it's like, oh man, is somebody who knows how to write actually wrote a good SCP game? Awesome, now I can finally enjoy this. Oh man, like no offense, like no shade. I'm sure there are some great written SCP stories and stuff, and there's some really fun YouTube video essays about it. You know, I'm sure it's all great and fine and dandy. I personally don't care. I don't give a shit. Like they're fine, they're grand, they're a-okay, but they are, you know, definitely not my thing.
Hello there, my inordinately... Oh, you're the one who visited me. Hello again. Thanks so much for brightening my day. What authorized floor can I bring you to?
Aw. Bring me to the penthouse suite.
Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
But yeah, so like I think that's fine. These are all like valid takes you can have on the game. I might I might be making fun of you here, but hey, you're perfectly valid in having your take, and you can make fun of me. It's like, oh wow, this guy likes this mediocre game, blah 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 blah. All right, That's fine. But you want to know one thing I will not stand for? One thing I will not fucking sit here and abide for even a moment? That is fucking Jesse slander. All right? You can fucking not like Jesse, but you got to keep that shit to yourself, motherfucker. All right? Because I don't get it. I don't get it. Why don't people like Jesse? God damn it, man. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because in another life I was meant to be a quirked up gal. All right, and I feel like I do a damn good job of it. I'd be the best, most quirky fucking gal you've ever seen, and you'll see me, you'll fall in love with me, and then I'm like, sorry, I don't like you that way, and then you'll fucking say some mean, hurtful shit to me, and I'll be like, yep, that's men. That's why I only date women, and women are awful too, so I'm fucked. I'm fucked, but ironically, nobody is fucking me. Just imagine I'm a gal saying that. Isn't it funnier? Because a guy saying it is just like, yeah, shut the fuck up, baby. But gal saying it, ooh, okay, all right. It's pretty funny. It's pretty controversial. Well, it's not like controversial, but it's like it's like raunchy. It's like, oh my, a lady's not supposed to say such things. Oh, let's just ignore the fact that it typically takes two to tango, sometimes even more. But yeah. But like, it's like here I want to see if I can find it because it just like I could not be like more opposed to this. I could not like disagree more and just like feel like so offended, you know? Because here, let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. But yeah, here's like the very first post. Control is one of those games I find hard to evaluate after completion because there's 30% of it that is a really captivating, memorable ride surrounded by an utterly tedious, repetitive gameplay loop that felt fundamentally mismatched to the experience. I liked the big worm. Fool. Idiot. Dumbass. The worm is great, but it's not a fucking worm. All right, it's a fucking like giant snake. It's a giant one-armed tentacle that like used to be a part of the board, and the board is this like unknown entity. Talk about the fucking board, man. The board is so cool. Ironically, the board is the least boring thing about the game. I'm the least bored when the board is like fucking saying words to me, and it like uses like metaphors and double entendres and just like it like adds slashes into its like incomprehensible dialogue that somehow you still comprehend. Like it's just making murmurings and noises at you, and yet nonetheless you understand it as words. Like that's so fucking fun. uh Hold on, yeah. I'm trying to see what's the most egregious thing, because like, you know, a part of me, this is the second part of it. A part of me says, "Wow, it's so cool how you often stumble into some minor thing and find an extremely memorable set piece." And then another part says, "Why did this game need 20 hours of respawning zombie shooting galleries with loot boxes and crafting mechanics?" It's like, yeah, the crafting mechanics are a little annoying, but it literally takes like fucking 5 seconds, you know. And besides, I think like I don't know, if you're not into the gameplay, like yeah, it's really repetitive and boring and dumb. But it's like if you are into the gameplay, like I don't know, it's like I don't think the gameplay is like stellar or anything, but it's like fucking not bad. I'm sorry, have you played any of other Remedy's games? I don't know how Time Breaker is or whatever it is, Quantum Break or it's Quantum Break. But like it's like I don't know how the gameplay in Quantum Break is, but the other two Remedy games I've played, which are not the Max Payne series. The Max Payne series, phenomenal gameplay. Fucking invented bullet time. Or maybe didn't invent it, but at least popularized it and used it very effectively. Max Payne games, great, fantastic, classics. Never played them. But in recent memory, and then recent, like, remedied kind of stuff they worked on, I have played Alan Wake 1, or Alan Wake Remastered specifically, Alan Wake 2, and Control. And of those 3 games, if you're going to look me in the eyes and tell me that, like, Control has the worst gameplay of the 3 of them, you're fucking crazy. If you're telling me that you like Alan Wake's 2 gameplay more than Control's, I think that's fine and fair. But I have a question, all right? I have a question. In Alan Wake 2, if you have the DLC, and I don't want to spoil nothing or anything, but I was very surprised and very happy to see that one of the DLCs stars my favorite gal from Control, Jessie, and or more specifically, Courtney Hope, who's the actor. But in Alan Wake 2, when Jesse shows up and you're like, oh, cool, I get to play as Jesse? Awesome. And then you're like, oh, man, I don't get her fun gameplay powers. Like, that makes you a little sad, right? You don't get to run around, like, picking guys up, throwing guys at other guys, and just chucking them around. Like, it's fun, man. It's classic shit. I don't know. I really quite like it. But yeah, like, that's all well, good, fine, and dandy. But, if you'll hear me out here, if you'll listen to what I have to say, possibly and potentially. So, with Control and like talking about and discussing Control, talking about the DLC with Jessie, is she not like way more fun to play than like any other character? Because it's like Saga is pretty good. Like Saga, I like a lot. But, like, honestly, I will say Rose is better. But, like, the first time I played Alan Wake 2, the first go-around, I found all the Night Springs DLC episodes, except for Rose's one. I did that one on New Game Plus. And, honestly, it was a blast, and it was really fun. And, like, you know, her shotgun is just awesome. It's so fun blasting dudes with shotguns in that game, or in that DLC specifically. And, like... And like that's all well and good. So like excluding Rose, is Jessie not the most fun character to play as? Because like you play as her, and you could just realize like, oh fuck, she basically has a machine gun as a pistol because she can just fire so fast, and she fires super accurately. Like I was really surprised when I just started blasting fucking the Taken, the zombies in Alan Wake 2 as Jessie, and I'm like, holy shit, this is great. But yeah, so even Jessie in a completely different game, really fun to play as, and just super great. I don't know, I always love to see Jessie. Like, Jessie to me is so endearing. I don't know what it is, man. If you put a quirky gal in your game, I will like her. I'm sorry. It's a recipe for success. Like, you know, again, Jessie from Control... off the top of my mind, Max Caulfield from Life is Strange. I love Max. Like, Max is, like, my favorite character from that game. And you know what? Don't tell nobody I said this, okay? Alright? Don't go around letting people know I have this opinion and this take. But, I fucking hate both Chloe and Warren. You know who Max should end up with? Yeah, that's right. That's right. If you guessed Kate Marsh, then you would be correct. Ooh, love Kate Marsh too. Like, very fun character. I wish there was some more development with Victoria Chase, because like Victoria Chase is also pretty interesting. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like I didn't go in wanting to dislike Chloe. And it's like the first time I played the game, I also did not like Chloe. And like, it was funny. The first time I played the game, there was like a big choice at the end of Life is Strange, if you don't know. People will call it Bae or Bay, but one of the Bays is spelled B-A-E, while the other one is spelled B-A-Y, in reference to the entire fucking town of Arcadia Bay, which is where the game takes place, in like Seattle. Or no, that Max is from Seattle. It takes place in Oregon. I I think, right? It's Oregon or Washington. It's one of those like northwest states. But yeah, but so like I don't know, I just enjoy a character that is like unapologetically quirky and in like a fun way. You know, and it's like I think Jessie really captures like she's quirked up in a fun way. I enjoy seeing her, and like I enjoy all the other quirky weird characters, you know, and it's just kind of fun. It's like it's not very often that I'm like, oh, Jessie says a quip, oh man. uh Now, it's hmm. I don't know. I will say it's so funny because here I'm just gonna read more of Jack Saint's tweets and then I'll talk about them and then I'll actually get to playing fucking the Outer Worlds instead of just talking and ranting at you for 45 minutes. Look, man, I got things to say. All right, once I'm done saying these things, I will play the Outer Worlds and I'll talk about the Outer Worlds. But I'm sorry, you tuned into my live stream. You're gonna hear my fucking hot takes. But yeah, anyway, continuing on, this is the third tweet in the tweet chain. Well, technically Skeet or whatever. It's on Blue Sky. Uh, it feels weirdly condescending for a game to constantly feel the need to interrupt its slow atmospheric mystery with arena combat and radiant quests. I don't think there was a moment in this game it felt like the genre was the right fit. There weren't even that many puzzles, but overall it's fine. Like yeah, I'm curious, what genre do you think Control is? Because like Control is like an action game. Like it's a fucking action adventure game with like it's not like a horror game. Like I don't know, it's like if you want to say to me that like the Alan Wake games are horror games, it's like yeah, they're definitely horror themed. They're not very scary, but yeah, they're definitely got some horror to them. Uh, it's like I don't know. It's like Alan Wake 2 is so not scary that they have to like put the jump scares in the game. Like they have to like constantly have you being like, "Whoa, oh God, a screaming person just showing up! Ah, I'm terrified. I'm quaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my britches. My oh my, I might spill my glass of champagne. Ooh, ho, ho, ho." You know, man, it's like I don't know. I know that Alan Wake games are supposed to be scary, but they're just not. They just never scared me, man. It's like kind of like with Dead Space. It's like this is my problem, man. Is I play Bloodborne and all of a sudden I went from like I fucking hate horror, I can't play horror, it's too scary for me, to like now like games that are horror games do not scare me. It kind of sucks, but it also kind of rules, man. Uh. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious to see what he thinks the puzzle is, or what he thinks the the genre of Control is. Because here, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look up Control game. All right. Control is a third-person action-adventure game. Like, I'm sorry, it's like, yeah, there are puzzles sometimes in action adventure games, but like they're not like a necessity. Also, there are puzzles in Control. Like none of them are like super complicated or anything, but some of them annoy the fuck out of me where I've spent 5 minutes trying to figure it out. I'm like, fuck it, I'll just look it up. And I look it up and I'm like, oh, it's that? Oh, I'm supposed to do that. Okay, fine. I guess I'm a stupid little fucking idiot. I don't like puzzles. Fuck them. All right, I like puzzles when I can figure them out and they're fun to do, and I don't like puzzles when I can't figure them out and they're fucking stupid. Oh man. But yeah, but I think there's supposed to be like an update coming out for Control. Yeah, what's this? I know. I will say also. Kind of going back to the tweets. Let's see here. Then a couple bullet points he has. are, and just to check out my notes here, a few things. Why the fuck can't I walk around while listening to audio logs? Good, fair, valid point. I hate that shit. I hate when games give you audio logs and stuff to listen to and you can't walk around listening to it. I do understand why, but like it is annoying when that's the case. And the reason why, in case you're curious, is because they would have to like program it so it can either be interrupted or paused, and that's just like another layer of shit that like game developers don't want to do, because fun fact, developing games is hard. uh but yeah, why the fuck can't I sort my map by floors? That's a fair point. If you play Control, you're like, oh man, this map sucks and is kind of fucking dumb and pointless. And yes, it's because originally Remedy didn't want to have a map in the game. You're just supposed to sort of navigate around and figure out where you're going. So they like finally obliged and put a map in the game, but they made the map kind of intentionally dog shit to discourage you from using the map. So yeah, that's a fun little fact there. And then, why the fuck do I only get to equip 2 of my guns? Because you gotta pick which ones you like and which ones you don't like. To be fair, I do think that's kind of interesting, is that there are, like, multiple versions of guns, but you can only equip some at a time. I don't know. I don't mind it that much, because it's just, like, you pick what you like, and you use what you like. And then, The last little gripe is, why the fuck is there a limited inventory I constantly need to stop and empty? And like, that's fair, but also you don't need to constantly stop and empty it. Like, it's pretty... I feel like... I don't know, do you have to go... I don't think you have to go to, like, the level up screen. Like, there's, like, only a couple areas in the game where you can, like, level up or, like, invest into, like, mods for your gun or whatever. But, like, I think you can just, like, break down... weapon mods whenever you pick them up and you get full on them. It's like, yeah, it's a little tedious, but it's not that bad, I don't think. But yeah, and then here we go. Worst take. This is why all my charitability has gone out the fucking window. All right. Jack Saint goes on to say publicly online for people to hear. Also, I cannot deny Jessie was just an aggressively annoying protagonist IMO. Like, every time the game had a remotely subtle moment, she had a Marvel quip about it. And god, it was too much. Even at the end of the Ashtray Mage, she had to pull a, that was awesome. Come on. Wrong. Incorrect. False. Bad opinion. Bad fucking opinion. Alright? Oh, man. Who's allowed to be quirked up? All right, Jesus Christ, man. Who's able to be quirked up? Who's allowed to have the coveted position of being quirked the fuck up? Is it you? No, obviously not. You're not quirked up enough. That's why you don't like Jessie. That's why you don't appreciate her. All right. She's a great character. One of my favorites of all time, in fact. I like Jessie a lot, you know? Like, off the top of my mind, it's like, Jessie is, like, probably in my top 10 favorite protagonists. Like, she's just so fun. She's fun. Like, she's fun and she's relatable. And that's, like, a constant source of humor. Like, the fact that she's just, like, this, like, normal, kind of silly gal that has to deal with all this, like, fucked up weird shit. It's, like, classic comedic premise. Do you not understand comedy? Do you not get it? Oh, man. I don't know. I find comedy to be a really interesting thing, because it's like, I don't know. It's like, for me, I don't know what, like, makes comedy so good. I don't know why I find it so appealing. I mean, I know why. It's because it's funny and it makes me laugh. But it's like, there's, like, all sorts of different kinds of comedy and different avenues for comedy. But, like, some people just completely write some of them off. Like, take puns. Like, I don't know, I remember I was watching this YouTuber fellow I like, and there was, like, a pun, and when he saw a pun, you wanna know what he did? He went, ugh, oh my god, okay, this is awful, this is terrible, turn it off, it's garbage, you can't have puns. And it's like, what, you can't have fun? You can't have a little bit of joy? You can't have a little bit of whimsy in your heart? If you don't like wordplay, then what kind of play do you like, you sick pervert? It's like, I don't know, if puns aren't really your thing, that's fine. But I think that if you're like over the top, like, oh, a pun, oh my god, can someone get me a gun? It's like calm down, buddy. All right, it's fine. But then like another classic bit for comedy is subversion. Like subversion I think is like maybe over relied on to a certain extent. Or at least maybe I perhaps over rely on it because it's always like a classic bit to be like I was thinking about this the other day. I equated it to like sometimes comedians will do this thing where they like kind of fake punch you out. Like I don't know what exactly you call that, but like the thing you do, the thing that like if you're like me that people did to you when you were younger, uh, or like some people did, or you just see it in movies and shit. But like somebody goes up to go punch a guy, like pulls back their fist, and then like goes to punch, but then they don't actually punch. And then they laugh at the person who's like, "Oh God, don't punch me." And they're like, "Haha, I didn't punch you." And it's like, is that really funny? Like, you need a little bit more humor there to actually be funny and to not just be like a bully. Oh man. Like, I don't know, you could argue I'm not being particularly funny, but like I think my over the top like exaggeration of my true real feelings that are correct and objective, unlike this guys who are wrong and false. When I stand before God, he will see me as pure, he will see me as beautiful, he will see me as righteous, and he will see you as a failure, as a fuck up. Oh man. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like, to a certain extent, I do totally get it, but also on the other hand, I'm like, meh, you know. I'm like, yeah, I do. It's just like, it's like, I don't know, man. Who the fuck is allowed to be quirked up? If Jesse from Control cannot be quirked up, who are you okay with being quirked up? You know, it's like, are you okay with like Alan Wake being quirked up? Because Alan Wake is quirked up as fuck. Like when he's not being like depressive or like having like a manic episode, he's quirked the fuck up, and you'll love to see it. I love when like Alan Wake just talks to a person and he like makes jokes and he's like a real human, and I'm like, oh, I can see why this guy had a wife that fell in love with him. But like, you know, also at the same time, he's like in a fucking horror nightmare where he's like trapped there forever and he can't do anything and he's powerless and he keeps forgetting and he's in a spiral. So it's like all the more funnier when Alan Wake like 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 goes up to like Tim Breaker and he's like, and like the first conversation you have with Tim Breaker is like, oh hey Alan, don't you remember me? And Alan Wake's like, no, I don't remember you at all. And then Tim Breaker's like, you having memory troubles again? And then like after you see him like 2 or 3 times, Tim's like, hey Alan, and then Alan's like, who are you again? And then he like waits a beat and it's like, I'm just kidding, I remember. Hey Tim. It's just like, I don't know, it's so fun. Anyway. Hello.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began
Orchids.
without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save
Oh
most of the
man,
hive. The
is that not a
mosquitoes
funny
are
bit to
essential
like
the
constantly
orchards,
like
you see.
correct people's
Losing them
pronunciation,
would
but
have
also
cost
to
us
do it
months
wrong?
of production.
Because right, it's just like pedantic either way. Yeah, more than a few lives, doesn't that bother you? But I can't say that. I'm not perceptive. Uh, sure, of course, losing me would have been worse.
Yes, for both of us. I don't want an unsolved murder staining the legacy of this institution. Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything?
The plot thickens, Administrator.
You have my attention.
Ooh, yeah. Dr. Blossom is dead, murdered by an unknown killer.
That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector, as if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility.
Yeah. All I know is she recognized the killer.
Interesting. The Rizzo's family is a small family, Inspector. Most of us recognize one another. Still, any information is good information. It troubles me to believe Leora could have been murdered by one of our own. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention.
Helen insisted on touring the Rizzo's R&R and D&D lab.
Insisted? That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions.
What were you going to show her during the tour?
Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations.
Spent a little time at the orchards. I found evidence she was at a picnic.
A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else?
Yeah, someone stole data from one of your terminals in research and development.
That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission.
Yeah, this happened just before the Wafsketo attack. Someone was trying to stop me.
Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone didn't want you following their trail. This feels like more than corporate espionage. Someone's playing with us, Inspector. And I have never in my life enjoyed games. Did you discover anything else?
Nope, that's all.
This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction, not mine. I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
All right. Grand.
I'm gonna nick a few towels. They won't notice.
I do love all the wall space. So much room for trophies.
You think June Light would like this place? Oh, probably not. I don't think she cares much for corporate comforts.
Maximilian.
The longer we stay here, the more I can feel my mind softening.
All right.
Is this how people in Byzantium live all the time? This room ain't so bad. I could get used to this. So this is what a clean room smells like. Is this how people in Byzantium live all the time?
Oh.
Do you think it's strange that I kinda miss Ada?
Oh, not at all. Ada's part of the crew.
There's no room service, right? Just asking.
Even the air in here feels too sweet. Almost sticky. There is such a thing as too clean. We ought to break open a few bottles and have some fun. Make a mess. Live a little.
Maybe. Eh. All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector. I'll get you to your floor on the double.
Yeah, to the lobby, please.
To the lobby we go.
All right. Ooh. Get new music for the elevator? It's nice. I like it. All right. Well then. The man who could. Is that what it's called? The man who chafed. Oh, she was poisoned? Beep.
Hi.
What the? I was going to wash my hands, I swear.
Oh, yeah? That's so funny. I thought that was just another way into her office. That's why I did that. Oh, man. No. Oh, Jesus. Man. Sorry, her eyes are fucking me up. I don't want to... You know what? For comedic effect.
Inspector.
Okay.
Not a moment too soon. I've just finished my autopsy report.
All right, let's hear it.
Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolrich complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure.
Someone was... Yeah. You sure it just wasn't the hotel food?
The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin. Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't, as you put it, just the hotel food.
Oh, man. You did what?
I did science. My profession.
Yeah. What should... So someone's obviously trying to poison Helen?
Almost certainly. Well, possibly they were trying to make her extremely uncomfortable, but I suppose killing her would also satisfy that criterion.
Well, we should go speak with Spencer then.
Conversations with Mr. Woolrich tend to spontaneously transform into monologues. You'll find him on the VIP guest floor. I'd best return to work, Inspector. Autopsies always whet my appetite, and all this talk of food is distracting me.
I'll be back. Man, I will say, running through this DLC as a character with, like, fucking no perception and average intelligence, it does make me kind of want to, like, start, like, a new game with, like, where, like, specifically, like, maxed out intelligence and perception, and probably, like, nothing for strength and dexterity, and then, like, put whatever remaining points into charm and temperament. Because, like, I don't know, I just think it would be, like, it's really funny that, like, half of the dialogue checks or half of the things that you can notice in this DLC are, like, dudes are, like, tied to perception, and it's like, I got no perception. I'm just, like, a fucking idiot.
Aha! Always so nice to hear you, Inspector.
VIP guest floor?
Black hole.
Alright, let's go talk to this guy, and he will determine if I'm going to leave briefly to go grab a drink, or if I'm going to remain sober.
You're here. I hope you have the photon proto-distributor, or we're never leaving this damn facility. That was from the Twin Spies. I played a sentient mechanical. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
Sure. I hear you were poisoned.
Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in retaliation.
Yeah, can you think of anyone other than the chef who would want to harm you?
None that I can think of. I treat all hotel staff equally, and with the minimum level of respect that they deserve.
Prick. Why didn't you go to the clinic for your stomach pains?
Is that a jibe? Could you imagine the tabloid headlines? Spencer Woolrich, Aetherwave star, spotted in gastronomic distress. Oh, unseemly hardly describes the half of it.
Well, according to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned.
How alarming! Whoever targeted her was certainly targeting me. I can only thank my ironclad constitution that I'm standing here before you.
I'll say nothing. That's all I wanted to know.
Very well, then.
Well, time to go talk to the chef, who has been a motherfuck this whole time. Every time I go to talk to him, he's like, I'm sorry, unless you have something specific to talk to me about, I'm very busy right now. Who are you? My fucking mom? Nope, shush. Nope, shush. Man. Dude, fucking... Honestly, any advertisement that has, like, a thing that I have to hit to, like, not be advertised to... Because, like, I fucking hate that on Reddit. It's like, if you unmute one video, all the ads will be unmuted. And then if you go to mute the ad, it's like, oh, you clicked on the ad. And it's like, look, man, I get it. My thumb's big, but, like, I fucking hit the mute button. And you're purposefully being a fuck to me. Alright? Oh, man. Also, I don't want to get too into it, but I did watch the newest episode of Severance last night, and it's so good, man. Dude, Severance is so good. But honestly, I think, yeah, what was the title of the episode? Because it was like Atelier or something like that. Yeah, fuck off, Apple TV. I don't want to update you. But yeah, Atelier, I think? Attila? I want to look that up because I was hoping to like find it somewhere, but like, where the fuck does Attilia come from? Apparently, they are a former king of the Huns. Huh. Interesting. Oh, now I get the pun. Now I get it because like Bert and his husband in the show Severance. I don't know, sorry. Very minor spoilers for Severance here. If you have not seen Severance, fucking turn this shit off. Turn this garbage off. Go watch Severance. Unless, of course, you're just listening to me for, you know, while you're doing something else in the background and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta devote my whole attention to Severance. Because you should. But yeah, there's a plot point in the show where like two characters call each other Attilia or Atelier, and I was like, what does that mean? And when they're talking about, they're like, oh yeah, we used to call each other Hun, and then that turned into Attila or something like that. And it's like, oh okay, so the king of the Huns, they call that because they called each other Hun. Okay, I see now. But yeah, it's a really great show, and it's like I do kind of want to watch it again because it's like I don't know, the scene with Bert is insane, and as everyone else is saying, I think Bert might be a fuck. You know, we used to think that Bert wasn't a fuck, but now it seems like he is. But yeah, there's I don't know, what was there something else I was talking about before that? With Severance or with this game? I don't know, I think I was talking about the chef. I was calling the chef a fuck because, you know, he's being a real fuck. Oh yeah, and then the other thing that I just want to briefly finish talking about before I continue is like I hate ads, man. Like I'm too poor to afford anything anyway. Like I don't buy shit typically. Uh, but like even like in spite of that, if you have an ad and your ad is like something I accidentally click on and you made it that way, it's like guaranteed I'm never buying what you're selling. You could buy me you could like advertise to me a miracle cure that would solve all my problems and make me whole again and turn my life around, and I'd be like, nope, fuck you, your advertisement was annoying and now I refuse. It's just a principled thing I have, you know. It's like sometimes I get advertisements for stuff that I like, you know. It's like, oh hey, check out this restaurant, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like that place, but now I'm not going back there now because I've seen a fucking advertisement for it.
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you'll have to wait. Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. I'm booked for the next month. You'll have to make a reservation.
Yeah, I'm here to investigate Halcyon Helen's murder. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're the inspector? Here? Why? I mean, you may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide.
Okay, Mr. Suspicious. Did you prepare all of Helen's meals?
Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest.
So, you're sure no one else was involved?
Well, yes, I'm positive. Why?
Yeah, something about this that isn't adding up. Why don't you tell me the truth?
How? Oh, fine. There may have been times I left Helen's meal unsupervised. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients.
Alibi's a little thin here. Why should I believe anything that you're saying?
I understand your reluctance, but... Oh, I just remembered. The kitchen security camera. It'll prove I'm telling the truth about everything. Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what truly happened with Helen's meal.
Okay. Why are you so evasive about leaving Helen's food unattended?
Well, it's a breach of professionalism, of course. Why else would I worry about it?
If you tell me the truth, I might be more inclined to believe the rest of what you say.
Well, I suppose that's as good a point as any I've heard. I may have taken some time to engage in a teensy bit of recreational drinking, and consequently, I may have been somewhat less than coherent after preparing Helen's meal.
Oh. Any idea where I might be able to find Bellhop Owens?
Yes, but not specifically. Owens often procures exotic ingredients from the creatures at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Our guests can be rather... particular. Let's not talk about the incident with the Raptidon pheromone glands. It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll have to wait.
And what was Spencer Woolrich doing around the kitchen?
Mr. Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. He seems to enjoy complaining in person. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. Though don't tell him I said as much. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in his suite on the VIP guest floor. He's usually there if he's not poking around here.
That's all I wanted to ask about. Guess we'll see if you're telling the truth.
Thank you for your understanding, Inspector. I'm sure you'll find the true culprit before long.
I'm not trusting anybody. I don't know. I'm beginning to think this whole damn thing is a setup. Oh, it's a setup. It's a setup. It's a setup. Also, is like the bottom of the spectrum brown supposed to be like parasites? Like, what is that? Why does it look like that? Why does it look like organs or like just worms? Yeah, I think that is a parasite. I think there's a parasite in there. I'm looking at it. It's got like the little tail. It's got like the head. I think that's a fucking parasite.
Did you hear that someone tore one of the doors to...
I'm going to this wildlife exploitation range. I want to exploit some wildlife. Oh man. That sounds like somebody who wants to do awful things with animals. That's what they would say. They'd be like, yes, hello. I would like your horses with the most exploitable appendages.
Don't mess with us.
Bard. Oh. Well. Tell Dr. Blossom we found more of those specimens. Jenkins had already started excavating the habitat when I arrived, and he's been in an unusually good mood since I got here. Please send additional personnel for capture and delivery of specimens to RR and DD. You know, I'm just gonna keep saying R and D because that's like way more fun to say, and also I think dumber and sillier. Right? It's like I almost wish it was called R and D.
Gosh, that's clever.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You think I'm not getting into this motherfucker? You think I'm not fucking able? You think I'm not willing? Fucking crazy, man.
Here they come.
Fuck you, bat.
Good job, Pam.
Yeah, what are we digging here? What's going on? Oh, Bellhop Owens. A list of guest special requests, some drinks, some food items, and tellingly, a recently fulfilled request for a fresh tearaway bile gland from one Spencer Woolrich. Ooh, okay. Lots of excavating going around here. Oh, shit. Ah. Tunnel folks. Put out there. So, looking at that. Kill 50 infected human or parasites. Oh, look at me. I'm really killing people now.
You okay, Captain?
Oh yeah, I'm all right. Alright. Poor fellow. I don't know, I would have really liked to have talked to Bellhop Owens. I don't know, I feel like that would have been like a funny character, where they're just like, oh, I can't believe all these rich people are questioning all this bullshit for me. Alright, now that I have access to it, we're doing the Productivity Queen quest. Adultery danger. Sorry, man.
Here they come! There's one! I see him there!
I love a good fight.
Alright, this may be a little bit bad if I'm getting my ass handed to me by all these little guys. Dead Sprats. Security Blade Hyper. Silvio Tron.
This is Silvio Tran, setting a new
Tran.
record for the Grand Colonial Bellhop's Laundry Cart League. If you're listening to this, you're listening to history. And Daltrey, as we agreed, when I win, you're scraping terrorist shit off the windows for the rest of your contract. And you can stow the fear of heights routine because there's no way you're weaseling out of that, pal. Here goes. That's... Move the box! No, not... No!
So I have no idea what he was doing, but seems like he got crushed by a box. Fucking idiot. Try not getting crushed by a box next time. Alright. Okay. Here we are. Ooh, the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Oh boy, I can't wait to find some wilderness. That would have been bad. Oh, there's a person. Hello, alive person. How are you? Oh, you're just a tourist.
Oh, hell yes. Show me the biggest, fattest wildlife you've got, Eridanos. I'll bring it home on a plaque.
Cool cows. Legal hunting supplies. Nice.
Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been wearing my hat.
I can't say I have. I can sell you a new hat if you want, or some fine, legally obtained hunting supplies. You could go get that mechanical thief yourself.
She's not a thief. She's lost. I just want her back.
Hello.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
Maybe. What's it look like?
3 legs, conical body, wearing a worker's hat, woefully unsuited for combat.
Doesn't sound like something that should be wandering around a dangerous reserve.
Well, normally I'd be inclined to disagree with you. Betty's a big girl and can steer clear of danger, but it's been a little too long.
Yeah. I overheard your conversation earlier. You want to explain exactly what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body. The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself, but like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
We can help her out, right? Won't take too long if we're on the job.
I know it's a pain, but I think I need some outside help. Job or no job, I'm not leaving Betty out in the wastes.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep my eye out for any suspicious mechanicals. Yeah, what kind of mechanical is your lost charge?
Betty's just your standard tripod mechanical, though she probably is still wearing my hat. Without it, she seems kind of naked. Her main purpose is cacao milking, but the only cacaos in the reserve are close. Without a directive, she shouldn't have had reason to wander away from the milking area.
Like those boat buckets need a reason to do anything. It's probably searching the world for more things to milk.
Wouldn't make any sense. Ain't no cacaos out there. Betty's smarter than that.
Oh my god, Nyoka. I love you. You're the best. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll keep my eye out for any suspicious mechanicals.
Hey, thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
Okay. So, hey man, you got some legal hunting supplies?
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
What you got?
Hunter Supplies. Get your Hunter Supplies.
Ooh, a claw rake. Okay.
Welcome back. What can I do you for?
So, yeah, I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen. Have you seen or heard anything unusual lately?
Unusual? This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe she can intuit you in the right direction or something. But she is mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
So, interesting name your shop has.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. It is a perfectly normal name for a shop dispensing hunter supplies.
Yeah, do you mean hunting supplies, like the sign above your shop says?
No, these are supplies for hunters. Hunter supplies. It works either way. It works either way. Boy, damn it. I wish I thought to get that sign switched out when I changed my name.
Is this really the best place for a shop?
Where better to sell hunter supplies than in the depths of the wilds, surrounded by creatures that are just waiting to devour you. I've got an excuse, but the Prophet and her retreat don't. And they're even farther out. Prophet said I should gift her some rifles to improve my aura or something. I told her what she could do with her aura. Haven't spoken to her since. But you look like you're smart enough to not make the decision that she'll invariably regret.
All right, man. So yeah, what legal hunting supplies? Nice. The Dissident Queen, Chapter 3.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
I know, crazy, unbelievable. Lawrence McLaughlin and Isabel Esserary. What's up, Lawrence?
Sorry, but we're a little busy right now. I'm sure one of the other guys would be happy to give you a tour.
Lawrence, do you know who you're talking to? We always have time for the inspector.
The inspector? That's you? I am so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. We're so sorry. It'll never happen again.
Yeah, this seems a little strange spot to loiter. What are you two doing?
Oh, Law. It's all over. I told you someone would catch on sooner or later, Belle.
Lawrence, let me do the talking here. Inspector, pay him no mind. I'm sure you've bigger Saltuna to can than us.
Yeah, what do you mean by catch on?
Don't pay him any mind, Inspector. His upper story's a little gap-toothed, if you know what I mean. But seeing as you insist on sticking your... That is, since you're so curious, I'll fill you in on what we're doing. We, misplaced some people on our last tour. Misplaced them in the maws of some local predators. Now we're stuck here wondering how to get their room keys.
So your guys were eaten by Gainids?
Might have been Raptidons. I find it hard to tell them apart, especially when my glasses get fogged up.
You got your guests killed and all you care about are their room keys?
Hey, we all got our priorities. Not worrying about those keys ain't gonna bring their owners back from the dead. Anyway, the sooner we get those keys back, the sooner we can make it look like the ex-guests checked out early.
You're trying to cover up the depths of the missing guests?
Wouldn't you? I mean, the dangers were all listed in fine print on the waivers they signed. Least they can do is not destroy our reputation when they get themselves killed. We knew sooner or later this was gonna happen. We've got some hush money tucked away. If you can get those keys for us, it's all yours.
Yeah, say I got your keys. What's to stop me from telling your bosses what happened?
You kidding? You're welcome to.
Our bosses would want this situation resolved, just like us. We're the real victims here. The dead can't suffer anymore, but we can, and we will if we have to pay for all these lost keys.
Alright, well, you guys look like you need a break. I'll find those keys for you.
Did I just hear that right? The inspector is going to help us, Bill! Thank the stars!
We're not out of the woods yet. Let's just see what happens before we celebrate. We last saw the guests deeper in the wilderness, Inspector. That'd be a good place to look.
I'll be back when I find those keys. That's some neat trick, huh?
You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolrich would outlive Halcyon Helen.
You know, I got a cool hat like that. Check it out. But this hat's cooler. Because it gives me more bonus to persuade. Which is funny, because I feel like if I saw a man in a top hat, or a woman, I would be way less likely to trust them. Like, if you're wearing a top hat, I'm sorry, but you are gonna have to, like, do a little harder to convince me to, or you're gonna have to try a little harder to persuade me. Although, I don't know. Maybe. I think it depends on the person. If you rock the top hat well and you do it proudly and, like, with like, confidence, I might just be like, okay, I'll listen to you. I do love a top hat, man. What the fuck happened here? Cool, they got cacti here. That's fun. Not even spiky, though. Bah. That's cool.
Here they come! We're not getting through.
Let me heal. Whoa! You're gonna kill me.
Good score, Cap!
Everyone all right?
Tough break, man. Tough break. I was kind of hoping I would just find the ones that had eaten the guests. Kill two birds with one stone.
Here they come! Nice hit!
Several Raptidon with one flamethrower.
Watch out! Hit! Nice one!
Though my wounds are fatal, I, as a Byzantine, must face my death with the same dignity with which I lived. I hereby enclose the events leading to my demise. A tragic turn of fate separated me from my guides. The duo fled as our party encountered a single Raptidon, the cowards. I, however, drew my rifle and felled the beast, but not before it sank its teeth into my flesh. I imagine I must have been the finest thing it had ever tasted in this wretched place. Perhaps my guides will find me before I pass, though I doubt these simpletons could find their way out of a cardboard box. I believe their names were Larry and Bell, or something similarly mundane. To whoever finds this, please carry out my final wish. Pass on my rating of 1 out of 5 stars to the Grand Colonial. Guides were very unhelpful. Sincerely, Howard A. Kinsella. It's actually pretty funny and kind of sad. So don't get me wrong, it's like if you're out here killing rich pricks, I'm like, cool, awesome. But it seems like you're not really out here killing rich pricks. Instead you're like, oh yeah, come on, we'll take you on a tour. And it's like, oh fuck, a Raptidon? And then you run away in fear. And it's like, maybe you should have like gotten someone else to do the tours. Maybe, right?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Well, been a while since you've annoyed me.
Identifying human footprints leading out into the wilderness. It is unusual for productivity disciples to wander more than a few feet from the camp.
Yeah. Are they Helen's?
Scanning. No. Helen's distinctive shoe size not found. Judging by footprint depressions and shoe size, these prints were either made by the Prophet of Profitability or Adjutant Sophia Akande. Error. Recalibrating. These footprints were made by the Prophet of Profitability.
Huh, interesting.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Huh.
Judging by the shape of this indentation in the dirt, a person of medium height and build laid here for a number of hours, scanning for other details. Only additional signs of disturbance are a few marks in the dirt.
Corpses don't get up and walk away, and there's no evidence of the body being torn apart.
Agreed. Likely theory, individual injured was unconscious, not dead, and walked away after awakening.
Strange. Let's keep this in mind.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I swear to God, it was just more footprints.
Detected additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Yeah, I fucking get it. Ah. I was like, where's this leading me?
If this is a cult, who am I kidding? It's a cult. Hold your judgment until you meet them. Some of my best friends were from Graham's camp.
Cute. Who are you, partner?
I'm going to absolutely murder the next quarterly report.
Alright. Good for you.
I'm going to absolutely murder the next quarterly report.
Cool, cool, cool. Victoria Foxworth. Elia Mason.
It's not good enough to be better than everyone.
About time somebody came the hell back. I notice you're not spattered in blood, which doesn't bode particularly well. For you. I hope you're not about to tell me you lost your nerve.
Sorry, ma'am. Been a little loose in the headspace lately. Remind me what I'm doing again?
You better not mean to tell me you've lost your contract. I swear, if you think I'm just gonna... Wait, I don't recognize your voice. You weren't with the other hunters, were you? Meaning we haven't met. Pardon my tomfoolery, stranger. I see I've mistaken you for someone else. Victoria Foxworth, Rizzo's executive clerical actuator. Pleased to meet you. Might I ask what brings you to the reserve?
I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Helen. The trails brought me here.
A professional, I see. I don't know anything about any murder, but you might be just who I'm looking for. There's a particular task that my hunters haven't yet been capable enough to complete. I wonder if you'd have any interest in it.
Go on.
As you may be aware, Slug currently owns the reserve, but it rightfully belongs to Rizzo's. There's an ex-Rizzo's employee currently in possession of the land grant for the entire complex. Insult to injury from Slug. And evidence that this complex is rightfully ours. This particular individual is up there in years. His mind is failing. Leaving the land grant to him is like leaving it in the trash. I would like you to retrieve it.
I'll see if I can solve the situation non-violently.
Solve the situation however you like, so long as you bring me the land grant. The target in question lives out in the woods, exactly where I'm not certain. Best of luck.
Sure, crazy lady.
Hello, welcome to the Prophet of Profitability's Private Prosperity Retreat. Stay positive, and soon all your humors will be balanced. Least, that's what I keep telling myself. Anyway, I'm Aaliyah Mason. I work as the Prophet's right-hand woman. What can I do for you?
What can you tell me about the retreat?
If you felt imbalanced and unproductive, linger in your malaise no longer. We have all the amenities and practices for calming the ill humors strangling your potential. Sit for hours in our sweat house and sweat them out, or stand amidst burning coals and feel your productive inhibitions burn away. And remember, think positive. Positivity equals productivity equals profitability.
You know the Prophet well?
Of course. I've been studying under her for years. I know each of her techniques more or less by heart, and even have some variations of my own, such as the quintuple daily stomach purges. She's promised me that I'd be allowed to open my own branch of the retreat someday soon. Of course, I've been waiting on someday soon for coming up on 4 years now. I'm sure it's gonna happen anytime now.
Yeah, I bet. For a positivity disciple, you sound a little less than enthused.
Oh, terribly sorry if I gave you that impression. I had a cramp. It's better now. I mean, it might be nice if I had a little inclination of whether the Prophet appreciated all the cooking and cleaning and hours of meditation I do on a daily basis. But whatever she thinks isn't for me to question. I'll do my best to be more chipper.
Be more dour. It's fun. I was hired to look into Halcyon Helen's murder. I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Oh my. Yes, this is important enough for me to delay my bi-hourly self-flagellation. Ask away.
The Prophet has some kind of feud with Halcyon Helen, right?
Yes, the circumstances there are quite unfortunate. For a time, the Prophet was completely despondent. Even the hot coal walks weren't buoying her spirits as they usually do. However, we recently had a high-profile visitor whose presence seemed to alleviate whatever the Prophet's fears were.
Who was it?
I'm actually not entirely certain. It was a surreptitious visit that stood out because it was surreptitious. Whoever it was must have paid the Prophet quite a lot to keep things quiet. At least that's the only reason I can think of for intentionally keeping things so hush-hush.
Have you noticed any unusual behavior in the retreat lately?
Well, by and large, no. But something rather odd did happen regarding the Prophet recently. A few hours after our high-profile visitor arrived a couple of days ago, the Prophet asked me to take over sessions for the remainder of the day. At first, I was excited. Thought it was my chance to show her what I could do in charge. But then I saw that she was deeply worried about something. No one saw her until the next day.
Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was here, at the retreat in the company of the other disciples and clients. I rarely have more than a few minutes of alone time. Which is fine, of course. I do what I do in the service of the Prophet, who will, I'm sure, reward me for my sacrifice. Eventually.
Alright, that's all for now.
Certainly.
See you.
Actually, before you go, I want to report something suspicious. I noticed the Prophet dragging something, a bundle, away from the retreat after that high-profile guest arrived. Normally, I'm the one who does her laundry, so it was strange. Especially because whatever she was dragging seemed oddly human-shaped.
Ah. You sure it was a body?
I think so. Had the right size and shape.
Couldn't you have brought this information forward a little earlier?
I could have, but I generally don't have the time or energy to leave the reserve to contact anyone. Plus, there's always the possibility that I'm mistaken. The Prophet hasn't been herself lately, but if I misinterpreted the situation and reported her improperly, I'd ruin my chances for opening my own wing of the retreat.
Nah, I'll look into it. Yeah, I was staring at this the whole time. I'm like, gotta be some fun stuff on here. Ooh. Prophet, I've talked with my agents and they told me that what I said about your seminars not taking them actually lost you about 30% of your revenue for the next 3 months, with future losses projected. When I said I wasn't much interested in attending, I didn't realize that it hit you quite as hard as it did. Guess that's the price of stardom. Everyone listens a little extra to everything you said. I'm hoping if you got space, I might be able to attend one of your sessions today as a means of apologizing. I know that notice is short, but I'm hoping you can fit me in without too much inconvenience. Oh. Hey, Prophet Whittaker here. Want to ask how that mix of herbs I sent you has worked out. Skeptical at first about using them for meditation purposes, but hell, what do I know about productivity? That said, be sure to remember what I told you. Don't cut the herbs asymmetrically, hampers the texture. Don't leave them out in the sun, and for law's sake, make sure you keep the smoke doses small. Last thing you want is to accidentally send someone into a coma, or worse, kill them. Prophet. The other attendees of Tripling Profits through Transcendentalism and I have reconvened, and we're all in agreement your seminars are simply top notch. We've seen a 0.5% increase in each of our businesses in total profit since we attended your seminar together. Of course, with the price of materials, shipping, and other costs involved, it boils down to more of a 0.1% increase, but an increase is an increase. If you have decided to visit the Grand Colonial, you must simply let us purchase you a round of drinks. Thanks to you, we certainly have the bits for it. Alright. Interesting. Oh, yeah, that's the fucking Prophet over there. So, no one else interesting around here to talk to? Oh. Okay. I was like, oh, they're leaning back. They gotta have something to say. Nope. I'm not reading that. I don't feel like it.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Parvati, Scott. Parvati! Don't stand in the fire. Jesus.
Analysis suggests this to be a variety of herbs. Herbs have been uniformly treated with a pungent chemical mix. Warning: ingesting, smoking, or inserting non-corporation sanctioned substances into your ears may be harmful to your health.
Burning these would generate some pretty toxic smoke.
Side effects from extended exposure include dizziness, nausea, and unconsciousness. Additional likelihood of organ shutdown and/or death.
Yeah. Can you analyze the chemicals these herbs are treated with?
Analyzing. Complete. Substance appears to be a mix of industrial solvents and various essential oils. Substances include woolly cow dander remover, sprat oil, and starship surface wax.
By the way, what the fuck are essential oils? I feel like I hear about essential oils all the time, and I don't know what they are. Are they really essential? I feel like I'm getting along fine without them, and I feel like if I did have essential oils, it wouldn't make too much of a difference. But yeah, how would these most likely be used?
Prior analysis suggests these herbs reach peak effectiveness when users burn them and inhale the resulting smoke. Whether or not this increased effectiveness is good for an afflicted individual has yet to be determined.
Okay, well, make a note of it. Alright, profit of profitability.
Fruitful and productive welcome, sister. I had a feeling you would visit me. I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars. I hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the Special Inspector's arrival?
How'd you know I was the inspector?
My disciples come to and from the Grand Colonial, bringing supplies and information. Knowing what happens at the hotel affects my livelihood, after all. With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars. We should clear you of all those nasty, nasty humors hampering your potential.
But I like humor. I think I have pretty good humor. Oh, man. Didn't Halcyon Helen say you were a hack?
Absolutely not. Any statements by Miss Helen about us were blown out of proportion and altered by the media. In fact, she quite recently... excuse me. I seem to be remembering something that never happened. Whatever the case, I'm sure her speech about us was all a misunderstanding.
You see, look, sorry, Prophet, I don't think I spared the time. I've got a murder to look into.
Yes, I understand the pressure of one's employment all too well. We've lately been looking into more ways to bolster the retreat stock of bits. But you needn't worry about how this little conversation is affecting my livelihood, sister. Please, take your time. I'm delighted to extend my desire to aid you, sister. How might I assist?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about Halcyon Helen. Please answer truthfully.
Oh? I'm surprised. I wouldn't think the two of us would have much to discuss about her. We may have had some terse interactions before her death, which I most certainly regret. But beyond those, well, never mind. What would you care to know?
Well, you and Helen didn't get along, I hear.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. I will admit that her remarks about my seminars were rather unfortunate. However, I certainly wouldn't sharpen any sabers over it, if that's what you mean to imply. I only do that when my clients skimp on their bills.
Well, did you contact Helen after you left the Grand Colonial?
I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. Why would I have had any cause to engage with her further?
Well, I read your terminal. I think real carefully before you lie to me again.
Well, I suppose that does complicate things. Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
Okay. You got some interesting herbs in here.
I'm pleased that you noticed. Excellent eye, sister. The compound they're treated with is my own invention, designed to unlock an individual's true productive potential when burned. I can't say any more. Trade secrets, you know.
Well, they seem toxic. Toxic enough to potentially kill somebody.
None of my clients have ever complained, so I'm sure they're perfectly safe. Is there anything else?
Well, someone said they saw you dragging a human-shaped lump into your yurt.
Who said that? I'll be sure to give them a special seminar on not needlessly implicating the person who puts food on their table. It was a bundle of clothing, sister. Even productivity geniuses need to do laundry from time to time.
Yeah, the quicker I get the truth, the faster I can leave you alone.
Yes. I suppose the more quickly we get off this subject, the better. I had a visitor, yes, but as it turned out, some of my productivity techniques were too much for them. I had to drag them out by hand. But their peers came and collected them shortly thereafter. I'm sure whichever attendee it was is perfectly safe now.
You said you had no further interaction with Helen before her death, right?
Yes, that's correct. She made it clear that my seminars were of no interest to her.
You know, I know Helen was here.
Well, I suppose that does whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
Well, I followed your trail to where you dumped something in the wilderness.
Oh, really? What did you find there? What did I dump?
Well, there was nothing there, but by its proportions, I'd say a body.
Clever work, Inspector. It seems even I can't slide my way out of the trap you've so intricately weaved. I admit it. I killed Helen. By mistake. Helen changed her mind and wanted to attend one of my sessions. I, knowing the importance of the seminar, desired to truly galvanize her, though not to stop her heart. So when it came time, I chose to double Helen's dosage of productivity-enhancing herbs. I left her to meditate, and when I returned, she was dead. After that, I entered a less than coherent state. One of my disciples, it seems, witnessed me as I dragged Helen's body out into the wilderness.
Alright. Jesus, there's a loud-ass fucking plane flying by. It's vibrating. Did you shoot the body at any time?
Laws, no. I hate guns. If I ever wanted to kill someone on purpose, I would have used a blunt weapon. Nothing quite like clubbing someone over the head.
Well, yeah, so you didn't dump the body at the Grand Colonial?
Do you jest? The guests at the Colonial eat no shortage of strange things, but I think corpses are perhaps too strange. The creatures of the wilderness are much less picky. Besides, the hotel is ridiculously far. I couldn't have made it all that way without someone realizing I was dragging a corpse.
Well, you're sure Helen was dead?
I'm no medical professional, but that certainly seemed the case. Usually my customers at least writhe or mumble after a session. My productivity-enhancing herbs typically do induce sluggishness, but I suppose they must have been enough to do her in if her constitution was truly that weak.
Well, actually, I don't think you killed anybody. Certainly not Helen.
What? Is this some kind of joke? You're an inspector. It's your job to arrest me, isn't it?
Well, Halcyon Helen's body was found at the Grand Colonial. She was killed there.
I don't believe you. I think this is all a trick. You're trying to catch me in a lie. Get me to reveal my productivity secrets.
Look, if Helen's body wasn't where you left it, she must have awakened and walked away.
No. Someone must have moved it after I killed her. One of my business rivals, waiting for me to fall into a false sense of security so they can strike.
Yeah, sure, lady. The only thing you've done is be completely negligent.
No. You can't trick me. I finally discovered what's happening. You've been paid off. Someone else learned that I killed Helen and is going to use that information to blackmail me. You think I'm going to let this injustice happen? Ha! Tell the constable that I killed Helen. It's 1,000 times less miserable than whatever my enemies have planned.
All right. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I'll think about whether or not you should be arrested.
I can't say I'm pleased by being kept in the dark. I hope you'll come to your senses sooner rather than later, and have me arrested.
Alright, freak. I feel like she's just doing it for, like, her thing. It would be, like, a good idea for her to be like, oh, yeah, hey,
not good enough to be better than everyone. I need to believe I'm better than everyone.
But yeah.
Gotta keep going. I can feel my inner negativity seeping out of me. Breathe deep.
I think she either like believes she did it and doesn't, realize, or if she's like trying to like pull a scam. All right.
Making it look easy.
Anything of use in here to my investigation? No.
Damn, you got some nimble fingers, Captain.
Thanks. All right. Hey, do I have a good melee weapon? I don't, but I do have this. Whoa, relax. Freaking me out.
Captain, look out! Nice work! Perfection!
Yeah, sure. 2 files. Ooh. Access log 2. So, the parasite seems to be completely incompatible with the common sprats. This is baffling and disappointing. I have a few theories. Interesting. I don't feel like reading about the fucking thing. The parasites are parasites. They're gonna do what they do.
I just wanted to make you smile!
I know you did. I'm sure you did. Open last entry. Due to one of the more... Oh, man. So. Oh. Yeah, sure. Oh. Alright, got a passcode. The world is beautiful beyond compare. I can see colors I never imagined existed. The sky has a voice and it's singing to me. I see the truth now. I see everything so clearly, so perfectly. The storms of Eridanos are notes in a great cosmic orchestra. The stars are the choir of the universe, and every word they sing is joy. I can't seem to stop smiling. I don't want to stop smiling. Ever. Alright, right on, man. Right on. Chief of the Savage's severed index finger. The index finger of the chief of the savages bitten off by his followers as they finally turned on him, as dissidents always do. Not wanting to permanently injure then celebrity Spencer Woolrich, and lacking the resources to create an artificial finger for the scene where it was lost, the director of Terror Monarch had security remove the index finger of one of Woolrich's understudies. You now hold it in your hand. Fucking wild. That's so funny to be like, we don't have the budget to make a fake finger. Let's just cut off some guy's finger. Elevator me up, pal.
Clever.
Going straight to the top, or to the bottom, or wherever it leads me. Alright. Now, a lot of beasties here. I don't know if I want to fight them, but I guess I will. Ah, they're hosts.
That's the last of them. We're pretty good at this. They come.
The fuck?
Not captain.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of whatever is going on here.
Incoming!
You didn't see me. I don't know, maybe someone else did though.
No!
Damn it. Oh, alright. I don't know. Load my game. Alright. You know, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I should come back to this area, because it seems like it's going to be tied to, like, figuring out the whole parasite thing. I don't know, it's like, the parasites are just, like, prevalent in here, and yet I can't really, like, figure them out. I can't really, like, suss out what's going on here. Or, like, my character specifically can't. But, you know what? Let's give it another shot. Let's give it another try. Alright. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink and use the restroom real quick, so BRB.
Ready when you are. So what's the plan?
Ready when you are.
Heyo, I'm back. Sorry about that. When I was grabbing my drink, I was like, ooh, how about a little bite to eat?
Keep him quiet, Cap.
And so I had some spaghetti that was left over. And maybe I could have brought it back and ate it, but it's not a very... I don't know, I kind of hate spaghetti. Am I the only one that feels this way? Because, like, spaghetti isn't bad, but it's like my least favorite pasta. So like, I would rather have like any kind of other pasta just because it's like easier to eat. You know, so it's like no offense to spaghetti, but it's just like it's just a hassle and a half, man. But it was good though. All right, had it with some Alfredo sauce. I like Alfredo sauce. One of my favorites. All right. Jerk. All right. Steel. My leg is broken. Thank you. I was like, can my leg be unbroken now? Please. And thank you.
Incoming!
You know, also, by the way, I don't know, I kind of want to talk about some of the TV shows I've been watching, but at the same time, I don't. It's like, I don't know, I've been rewatching Beef, and like, probably like my favorite moments from that show are like the moments of like genuine humanity between the characters. Look at this little fucker. Man, these guys look weird. But yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It's I think one of my favorite relationships is in the show is the relationship between George and Danny, i.e. Zane, because like after a while he like starts bike riding with George, who is the wife of Amy Lau, who is sorry, George is the husband of Amy Lau, who he's having the beef with. Like they got into like a road rage incident, and now they're just like they kind of take turns fucking with each other. I don't know. You should watch the show if you haven't seen it. You don't have to tune out, but like you should definitely check out Beef. It's great. But I think I'm on episode 8, which like it's like episode 8 gets like real interesting and also real sad. It's like I don't I like episode 8. Is it episode 8? Yeah, I like episode 8, but it's like it makes me sad. That's like the saddest episode kind of. I don't know. A lot of the episodes are. I don't know. I like things that have like a myriad of different kind of emotions. Like it's like pure comedies are great, but it's like I like when you can mix in a bit of drama, a bit of sadness, like more interesting stuff within there. But like I don't know, it's really funny to me that like it's like I don't know how genuine it is. Like I'm not 100% sure how exactly their relationship is, but like Danny and George's relationship is like really interesting, where it's like he was planning on robbing the guy originally, but then like calls it off, and I don't know if it's because he realizes that even though the guy is like an artist, his art is like worthless, or if he has like this genuine connection with him, because like they seem to actually get along really well, and that's like what's so sad about it, that there's this weird like subterfuge thing going on with him. But yeah, it's a good show is my point. Oh, but yeah, it's like it's like it fills me with such joy when they're just like both being like nice to each other. I don't know, I really like it. Also, I'm having a weird sense of deja vu. You ever have that where it's like you're going through somewhere, or you're doing something, and you're like, I feel like I've done this before, like exactly this. I've been talking about this relationship while in this cave in this game, but it's like that's not possible because I haven't played the DLC for the Outer Worlds before. Fucking Christ, man. Christ. Fuck. Oh, man. I will say, it was a really funny moment when I was watching the latest episode of Severance. And, like, they, and like John Turturro is talking to Christopher Walken, and like there's a sort of like there's sort of like funny thing that happens where it's like, oh hey, why'd you start working at Lumen? And then Christopher Walken's character Bert is like, Jesus. And then John Turturro like looks back at him and he's like, Christ? Like he's like confused. He's like, you're referring to Jesus Christ? Oh man. No, it's good shit though. Alright, let's try this. Let's go for this. See if this is gonna fare me any better. Because like the main thing is taking care of Whoa, Jesus Christ. He just fucking teleported over towards me.
Here goes nothing.
Kill this guy. I'm so close, I'm so close, I'm so close, I'm so close. Motherfucker. Huh. What's going on there? Huh. Interesting.
Incoming, Captain!
Here I go!
To shreds, you say? That's smart.
Jesus, man, that's terrifying.
Kid's gone down. That's the last of them.
Whew. Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. I think those are all the research notes I need. I'm hoping there's not any more. At least not around this way yonder. I don't know, it's just gonna be funny when it's like, oh hey, figure out what's going on with the parasites. So you gotta find all these geological surveys for me. And it's like, oh, you mean these? And you just hand them all over. Alright. Well, let's skedaddle on out of here.
I wonder what they use this bunker for.
For testing and finding the parasites. Mantisaurs? It's been a while since I've seen you boys. Oh my god, they're all gonna fucking kill me.
Why isn't working?
Do I still have my grenade launcher? Do I have a grenade launcher? Take it?
Nice, good score, Cap. We're not getting through. I am a storm.
You got it, Captain.
Owie. That didn't hurt at all, punk. But yeah, anyway, how's it hanging? Lost little milkman. Yeah. Lots of different areas. Let's go do this one first. Then after this one, probably do the milk bot.
Oh!
Ow. Fuck, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I can't move.
I'll fix you right up!
fuck, that was like perfect. Nice shot. Damn it! Fuck! Motherfucker, piece of shit. You know what? You know what? Fuck you. Passive aggressive shit ass fucking game. Fucking, there you go. Are you happy? Are you happy? Fuck off, man. Every damn time. Every damn time. This passive aggressive piece of shit. Hey, are you sure you want to be playing on difficulty? Yes! Yes! Fucko! Yes! Fuck off away from me, you piece of shit video game. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Dark Souls might fuck you in the face and beat the shit out of your ass, but god damn it, at the very least it doesn't go, hey, do you want to turn the difficulty down? Hey, it seems like you died. Maybe you're not prepared to be in this area yet. I can figure that shit out on my own, motherfucker. Fuck off with your fucking passive-aggressive, dumb-ass, stupid motherfucking, oh, hey, are you sure you want to be playing on the difficulty you're playing on? Here's the settings menu in case you want to change your mind. Fuck you! I'd rather die! Asshole! Piece of shit, garbage fucking game. Worthless fucking piece of shit. No fucking good motherfucker, man. Like, I'm sorry, man, but I can't fucking stand for it, you know?
And we're alive.
If you're gonna be this way, if you're gonna be a fucking prick, it's just not fucking cool. Now, is it, man? Oh, and I can't, I've changed this fucking story mode and you didn't even change it. Is because I have to apply it? Fuck you, then. Fucking passive-aggressive piece of shit fucking game. Like, it should be defaulted on continue. I don't know why it's defaulted on settings. Because it should be defaulted on continue. Because that's how every other fucking game works on the fucking planet, man. When you default that shit to the settings, and I just scroll up 2 fucking times, I gotta hit a button 2 damn fucking times, it fucking tells me that you have no respect for me as a fucking player. That the fact that I see a death screen is a failure on me, and not a failure on you as a fucking game designer. Fuck off. God damn it, man. You know? It's like, I get it. I'll eat shit. I'll fucking die. I'm fucking underpowered because I fucking invested all my points into talking and fucking fighting and doing all this sorts of shit. And it's like, you, motherfucker, are obsessed. You are obsessed with making sure that I do the right thing. That, I'm playing the way I want to fucking play. But, like, God forbid that my playstyle involves me fucking up and failing. Then, obviously, something needs to change. Something is amiss with my fucking settings, huh? Goddamn prick. Motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Yeah, hey, Virgil, what the fuck are you doing, big man?
What is this? Another soul willing to brave the dangers of the wilderness? How thrilling to find my paramour out here in the wilds. Virgil Henderson at your service. Board surprise auditor and 5th finest shot this side of Halcyon. Delighted to meet you.
Well, that's cool, man. Not much out here unless you're preparing to go through the finances of local Gainids.
Of course I'm not. The Bureau of Creatures and Land Auditor was by last month. I certainly won't be encroaching upon her territory. She bites. I'm here to conduct a surprise audit of the local holy caves, Rizzo's lone leased property in the reserve. It is rather notedly empty. Worse, it seems the evacuation occurred without anyone filing the proper emergency paperwork. Tut tut.
There aren't any Rizzo's personnel in the caves. How are you going to audit them?
All Rizzo's facilities require consistent logging of work conditions. I suspect there will be information regarding the bunker during its prime, should I look into the right places. With all this in mind, there is a small issue. I actually conducted an investigation of this facility several years ago. Since my biometric data might still be registered, it's possible that my entering the facility would not be legally classified a surprise. It's a puzzle, to be sure.
Yeah, I might be able to go in and conduct your investigation for you for a price.
An uncertain suggestion. There are no shortage of legal loopholes for freelance work, but I fear setting my work on the shoulders of someone I've never met before. I may be able to hire you, but let me ask you a question to see if you're fit to represent me first. How much do you know about free market economics?
A hell of a lot more than people I steal from, that's for certain.
That's a sufficient amount of market knowledge indeed. I knew you were the right person for the job. Head into the holy caves and see what you can find. Keep your eyes open for journals, terminals, data pads, anything that might contain info about the operation. I'm counting on you. Excellent to see you again, my friend. Hope you've been keeping your head high.
Yeah, here are your data pads, man.
What are these? Research data pads? Not quite what I expected. Let's see what they say. Parasites, caves, thought control. He did what now? Well, it doesn't look like any of this is in violation, but it is disturbing. And disturbing a surprised auditor is as foul as failing to file proper paperwork. Rizzos shall pay dividends for my psychological damage. Here's your reward, my friend. Your contributions to the field of surprise auditing shall not go forgotten.
Alright, cool, man. Cool. I don't know, I was listening to my rant. This is pretty funny. Oh, man. Alright, well, let's go ahead and see if I can't find the man who chafed. No, I kind of want to find Lost Little Milk Mech. I mean, how can you see that name and not immediately want to find him and give him a hug? It's like, hey there, Milk Mech. Don't milk me, please. I'm not a cow. You know, I don't know why, but I saw that guy and I was like, is that guy wearing a top hat? You know, I feel like more of these monsters, they just be friendlier. They just be cooler to hang around if they were wearing top hats. Give them an air of sophistication about them. Now, this is a quick question as like an American. Can you do a British accent that just like snarls and like and growls and like various animal noises? Because it's like in America, that's just common American vernacular, you know. You run into something and it's like, "Arr." It's like, okay, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you can, but maybe you could. Somebody could. There's somebody out there who's talented enough. All right, and it is talent. I could do that. Howdy, folks. What a prick.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never gonna get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
Ugh. Man, oh man. Man, I ate food earlier and I'm still fucking ravenous. I hunger. The soul yearns for more. The body takes and it takes and it takes more than it can ever possibly give back.
You ever wonder why they put lights on our armor?
No, Trooper.
What about these tubes poking out everywhere?
No. Trooper, stop asking stupid questions.
Sorry, Commander.
Aw.
Happy customers are repeat customers.
Snake. Snake? Snake? Snake!
Captain, look out! Nice one. Kill confirmed. I'm off.
Oh. Betty. Darling, come here, please. Betty. Betty. Hello.
No
Betty.
cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
Aw. Also, what a fun hat. Alrighty, man. Alrighty.
Here they come. Got 'em.
Fucking hell. Plasma propulsion pack. That seems interesting. Damn, son. I'll be taking this, please and thank you. Nice. Alright, cool. Well, helped out the milkmaid. Now it's time to not ask for guests. I don't know. Is this anywhere near? I feel like that one's like kind of closer and like away if you don't really think about it and are an idiot like me. GC. Excuse me.
Incoming! Good job, Captain! Plasma isn't working! Plasma ain't doing it. We made it! Careful, you're hurt!
Damn. Abandoned restaurant. Yeah, I'm sorry, but this can't be a good idea, right? If you have like a river, shouldn't it like not be? I guess if you're disposing of the water, but it's like if you have a river on like an island you made, wouldn't you want the water to stay on there? You know? Yeah, this restaurant does sure seem abandoned, but how does one actually access the restaurant? I want to rest, and I want to rant, you know? Ow, my bones. Ow. Wait, is there really nothing here? Nothing? Really? I know. I'm gonna be honest. Every time I say something like that, every time I say like, for nothing, is yeah, I think of the Red Letter Media bit where it's like I think it's in one of their Star Wars reviews. I'm not sure which one, but like it might have been like Rogue One or something. But like they're reviewing Star Wars, and then like Rich Evans appears, and like Mike thinks he's like a hallucination or something, and then Jay's like, "Oh no, that's just Rich Evans." And then Mike goes, "So I took my pants off in front of you for nothing?" And then Rich looks at the camera. He's like, "Not for nothing." It fucking gets me every time. I don't know why, but it's so funny to me. Just like the whole
I don't
thing.
know what it is you're looking for, stranger, but I reckon you better get. I've had about enough of you and your ilk coming by with your searching questions and expectant looks. I know you with those void-damned hunters, and I know what you want. Well, you ain't getting it.
Yeah, what void damn hunters are we talking about?
Like you don't know. That damn group of hunters that keeps coming by and hassling me. Nobody ever visits just because they want to gab with old Cyrus. No, they either want to poach me out of my land or poach me out of my best friend.
Ooh. Yeah. There are hunters giving you trouble? Yeah, poach you out of your best friend? Are they a tossball player or something?
Ha! No, Kelly ain't no toss baller, though. I reckon she could put the toughest players to shame. It's good having someone like that around. She ain't the brightest bulb, but... can't say I'd have much reason sticking it out in this wilderness without her.
So, there are hunters giving you trouble?
Damn straight there are. Wish I could go show 'em what for, but... I'm old. And I gotta make sure I don't get Kelly into no trouble. Two of us have lived on the reserve for years. Every so often, someone comes by trying to steal our land grant and evict us. We hold our own, but... it's mighty agitating.
I can help you deal with those hunters.
Really? Oh, that's great news. Cal! You hear that? We're finally getting some help!
Captain. Is that Primal trying to talk to us?
Hey, I think she likes you.
Yeah, this is an odd situation, but I'm still inclined to help.
Wouldn't expect a stranger to do an unsolicited kindness to a standoffish old man. You're something else. I suspect you'll find the hunters that have been after me beyond the hills on the other side of the river from here. See if you can convince them not to poke around here.
Yeah, you got it, man. I'll do what I can. I got no questions for you, man. I just want to tell these hunters to piss off. I know where they are. I've seen them.
Oh, you are in for it now.
Bombs isn't working!
Man, these guys are real tough to fight.
I'll fix you right up! We're not getting through!
I am a star!
We got it, Captain! Sorry!
Alrighty. My leg. Ah!
No!
My life. Fuck off, man. No amount of settings fuckery will save me from that. Fuck you. Let me be dumb. Let me be a big ol' idiot. Let me be a silly bitch, man. God, they hate to see a silly bitch fucking thrive. Anyway, Cyrus, you want to chat more?
What is it? Something in my teeth?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for you.
All right, shoot.
What's it like spending your days with a primal?
A lot better than spending your days with a Kana, that's for certain. I'm happy out here, and I think Callie is too. Ain't that right, Callie?
Aw. How long have you lived out here?
Oh, quite a few years at this point. It'd be since a couple years before the Rizzo's Slug Complex ownership switch. And after that, well, I ain't sure. It's been a while, and for the most part, it's on the quiet side. Just not when those damn hunters are out and about.
Cool. See you later, man.
I'm getting the sissy sweats. It's really starting to stink up my armor.
Well, that's because you ate a whole pack of cysty bits and slept in your suit. What'd you expect?
You know I don't like the cold, and it's not my fault they made this getup so snug.
Either you scrub off in that stream right now, or I'll mark you down for a hygiene violation.
Did your hair color change? I could have sworn she had like blonde hair before. Or like white hair or something. No, yeah, I guess she's got like a little hint of blonde in there. Hello.
You return. I hope you bring news.
I don't think I ever asked. What's your problem with this old man?
You mean you don't know the story? This atmospheric complex was first annexed by Rizzo's. We'd planned a lovely wildlife-themed attraction to be built here. Alas, due to some backhanded and admittedly shrewd legal footwork on Slug's part, Rizzo's ownership of the complex was lost. Now we rent it from Slug. I seek only to have what was stolen returned to us.
Well, I talked to Cyrus. It's time you left the reserve in a body bag.
Oh, you void-damned sprat fuck. To arms, everybody. The old man's trying to scratch us off.
Here they come! Nice one!
Shit. Shit, fuck, damn it. God, fuck. Oh, shit. Fuck, damn it. Fuck, mother, fuck. God damn. Fuck. Vengeance shall be mine. Okay, I'm cool. Clapper. I might be wrong, but this feels right to me.
I'm getting the sissy.
You mean due to... I see. Oh, you vo...
Watch out! Your heart's
Fuck me? What the fuck? Shit, son. Damn. Fucker me. Fuckerino. Holy fuck. Shit, damn, fuck, god, shit, fuck, motherfucker, god damn it. Duh. Alright, you know what? You know what? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know a single thing. I know that I know nothing and nothing will ever know me. I am alone for all time till I die, till everyone else dies. I will be alone at the end of the world. Soon there will be none left for me, and I am no one. I am a lonely soul. I have nothing, and I will beget nothing.
I'm getting the sissy
Not
sweat.
a thing shall spring from me. Soon all shall go to dusk and dawn. A new day rises with nothing to shine upon, and soon they will all be gone. Right? Fun? I don't know, it's fun making up songs, but I'm not good at it. I have no, like, musical talent whatsoever. I don't know, I've been trying to, like... I've been, like, thinking about, like, coming up with songs, because, like... I don't know, in one of my very myriad book ideas is... like, my main character in, like, my book, he doesn't have much musical talent either, but, like, he can, like, kind of sing a little bit if he wants to. So like I'm kind of thinking that like he just like knows like a group of like he knows like a group of musicians, a band, and he'll just like occasionally come in and they'll like play music and he'll sing like it kind of over that music, and it will sometimes be like completely unrelated, and like I don't know, maybe it's like possibly a yeah, I think probably the best idea for it is like it's sort of like a jazz band where it's like everybody is like ready and willing to improvise. So like he just comes in like separately, like he's not like really a member of the band, but he'll just like occasionally sing songs or like rant or rave. So sometimes he doesn't even sing over like the background of music every now and then eventually they like come out they come out with like an album. And like I don't know, I just think it would be like a neat sort of thing. And so like to that effect, I like keep trying to think of like different songs and like kind of how they would go or how they would be sung, you know? It's like obviously they wouldn't be sung by me because I'm a terrible fucking singer. But it's like I don't know. It's like, am I sort of wrong in this idea of like, you can sing whatever you like, right? Like, there's no like set rule to how a song has to go and to how a song has to be. So like, essentially, what it is it's kind of like, it's kind of like poetry, you know, and like I don't know. I think it could be kind of neat because that's sort of my problem with like songs is that like I don't know. I understand that when I bring up this example, it's probably like a terrible example, or maybe it's like an example of like exactly what I mean. So like I remember reading The Hobbit when I was younger because I could actually read The Hobbit because much easier to read. And now keep in mind this is when I was like a teenager, so I was like 15, 16 or something. And The Hobbit is a children's book, so it's much easier to read than Lord of the Rings. And I read Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, shit's boring. I don't care about trees, Tolkien. All right, I don't care about it. I don't know. I haven't even like watched the Lord of the Rings movies. Like, I'm thinking like one day I gotta sit down and I gotta watch like the whole thing. Like, give me the the Lord of the Rings extended cut, and like I want to like have like a bunch of buddies or something to watch the movie with, or like my family or something. I don't know, but could be fun. I think hypothetically, theoretically. But like my issue kind of with like because like it shows up particularly in The Hobbit, and I assume it probably shows up too in Lord of the Rings, is that there are like songs in there, and like they're somewhat relevant to the story, but they're not like prevalent, right? It's like they provide like background information and like lore and like deeper things, but they don't directly have to do with the story. So it's like kind of my intention with the whole character singing songs is that it has to do directly with the story and with his feelings, where it's like you get like a deeper insight and understanding of the character, and that's more so what I enjoy about media than anything else, you know? It's like I love when you can really like deeply examine a character and you're like figuring out a character. I feel like that's like a lot of fun, and that's some of my favorite stories in like general, of like just trying to like fully understand this person. And it's like sometimes you're not given enough information, sometimes you're given plenty of information, you know? But like the ultimate point is that you're just like trying to figure out like, oh, hey, here's why this person is this way, and here's why they do what they do. You know what I mean? Alright.
No!
Fuck! Damn it! Shit, man! Fuck! God fucking damn it, motherfucker! Piece of shit, garbage fucking game, fucking stupid ass fucking goddamn motherfucking piece of shit fucking DLC I shouldn't even be doing yet. Fuck you, I'm out of here. Where's my ship? Where's my ship? Fucking take me to my ship and take me off this godforsaken hellhole. I'm fucking out of here. I'm doing the other DLC. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I'm playing on normal difficulty. It should not be this hard. Fuck you. I'm free. I'm leaving. I'm going to space. Fuck you. Fuck this planet. We're going to Gorgon. That's right, man. We're going to fucking Gorgon, baby. Cool. It's fucking Gorgon time, motherfuckers. I'm gonna be gorgoned out of my fucking gourd here. Alright. Fuck a me, man. Fuck a me. Damn, dude. Look at Gorgon. Look at that shit. Fucking cool, man. Cool ass shit, man. The ones who walk away from Gorgon. That's a reference to the short story, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. And I only know about that story because I think I read about it briefly in school, but also because Big Joel has talked about it. And hey, listen, I'll listen to anything Big Joel talks about. Love that guy. It's murder mystery time, but this one might not quite be a murder mystery. It's gonna be like a Christine Agatha? Who's the fucking lady that wrote the book? Like the one famous book? The one that's had different titles because the original one was kind of offensive. 10 Little Soldier Boys or whatever, which was originally 10 Little Indians, but it was in reference to natives rather than you know, people from the country India. Because, like, I thought she was British, right? Is she British? She talking about, like, natives from America and, like, Canada? I don't know, but, yeah. Alright. Ambrose Manor, you already fucking know who I'm taking along for the ride.
Welcome to Ambrose Manor. We were not expecting company. Please follow. Do not stray from the path.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah, thanks, Drinks. Is he gonna fall off?
Oh no, we should check to see he's all right.
Been there, little guy.
Structural damage detected. Compensating for structural damage. Error.
You okay there, little guy? I want to help you out, but I don't... Can we do anything? No, that's good. That's a great fucking bit. Follow me. Immediately walks off a cliff and fucking injures himself. Poor guy. Poor silly robot guy. Oil the fish for Mr. Harvey. Interesting. Kitchen key card. Okay. Alright. But yeah, is this a 10 little so-and-so reference? Because that's a book I also read during school, but also probably absorbed more through popular media.
As it was before the fall.
Here they come! Down they go!
Love a good fight.
Gosh, that's good.
Sorry, in case you're wondering what I'm doing,
and responses. How clumsy of this unit. These things happen. Oh, calamity.
Cute. But yeah, I don't know. In case you're wondering what I'm thinking about, I did get a comment on one of my Hades videos where it's my most popular Hades short, actually. Zagreus finds a fun surprise in his room. Hashtag Hades. But yeah, somebody left a comment that said, I've always found the Than and Zag relationship a bit odd, until quite recently when Zag found out his mom was actually Persephone and not Nyx. Him and Than would have been biological brothers, or was that never an issue? And you see, I think that's kind of a fair thing to bring up, though I do think it kind of pales in comparison when you consider the fact that, like, during this, like, exact conversation, like, I think Than says, Than or Megara, one of them says, like, Zagreus, we've known each other longer than you've been alive. Which, like, isn't that weird? Isn't that, like, odd? I guess that's true, technically, if you're ever, like, older than someone. But, like, yeah, no, it's, like, not, right? Like, that, actually, no, I take that back. Because I was like, I was like, Well, yeah, I think, yeah, it is technically true. Because, like, let's say you, like you're a twin. So you're born and, like, or even, like, older brother, younger sister, you know? It's like, you've known each other for however long you've known each other, for however long your younger sibling has been alive. So, like, by proxy, by default, like, you will have always known somebody longer than you'll have like known someone longer than someone has been alive if you knew that person before that person was born, you know? It's like, take for example, parents. It's like, unless they lose touch or they didn't like personally know each other, you know, if you have like a married couple, they will always have known each other longer than like their child has been alive, you know, just by default, right? And so, anyway, the thing I was getting a little sad about is that I think you get to see like young Melanie? I don't know. I'm not sure how to say her name. I've been like avoiding all Hades 2 stuff. But like I think I did before I like made sure of like TikTok and YouTube shorts of like, don't show me anything Hades 2 related. Fuck off. I did see one of her being like a little kid, you know? And that kind of made me think of like, oh man, it made me so sad that like Persephone never got to know little Zagreus, right? Because like she left the underworld because she thought Zagreus had died, but then he didn't, and then Hades, this fucking piece of shit, just like never told her. He like never told her that her son was alive and that maybe she should come like see her fucking son, you know? Because it's like I'm thinking like so sad of like little tiny like baby Zagreus like wondering why his dad fucking hates him, and he's just like this cute adorable kid, and like his mom never got to like see that. It's so sad, right? Like I'm fucking sitting here crying because I'm like, oh fuck, she never got to see her baby be a kid, you know, right? Like that's fucking sad. Oh man. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I was just thinking about that and making myself sad because it's like it is really sad, you know? Like it's quite depressing. Cuz like also if that was the case, you catch me never forgiving my spouse. If I have a wife and like we think that our child dies, and then I'm like, I'm sorry, this is too much. I have to leave. I have to go be by myself. It's like, to be fair, maybe a little fucked up of me. A little fucked up on Persephone to do that. But, you know, like, understandable, you know? Like, maybe not reasonable, but understandable reaction to finding out your son is dead. But then if I found out, like, however many years later, like, let's just say for the sake of argument, like, 18 years, like, my kid is now a fully grown adult, I would be very happy to see my kid and be very glad that they want to connect with me and have a relationship with me, you know? It's like that would be nice, and I'd be real happy to see, like, my kid be like, oh my god, you're alive? I'm so sorry. If I'd known you were alive, I would have been there for you. You know, it's like I totally get it. My kid resented me because I wasn't there to see them grow up and to help them, you know? But I'd be so pissed at my fucking wife. I'd be like, hey, what the fuck? What do you mean? Oh, sorry, you were depressed. I thought I shouldn't tell you. What do you mean? I was depressed because our kid was dead. And you're telling me our kid's not dead? And you didn't tell me? I'm not gonna kill you, but we're fucking not cool. That's not cool. You can't do that shit, man. Ugh. But yeah. Now, I will say,
This unit expresses dismay.
I think the interesting thing about Zagreus and Thanatos, at least, is that, like, I don't know, it is implied they kind of had a relationship at some point, which is like odd, right? Because it's like, did you have a relationship before you knew that Nyx was not your biological mother, Zagreus? Like, I don't know. It's yeah. Here, I'm gonna look this up now. I'm checking the Okay, yeah, no. Thanatos was not like a former lover. I will say it's funny, like the relations, where it's just like Zagreus has like so many direct family members, but then like relations, it's like Thanatos, childhood friend, colleague, potential lover. Megara, colleague, former lover, potential lover. Then Achilles, mentor. Hypnos, colleague / friend. Charon, colleague. Dusa, friend. Cerberus, animal companion. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious. Like, I do really want to replay Hades. Like, I gotta do that at some point. So anyway, sorry for me getting distracted and talking about that. But that's what you tune in for, all right? If you tune into any one of my live streams, like, there's always a chance you might find me just like talking to myself, talking about something, discussing something, or you'll find me like sitting in silence because I've been streaming for too long and I have no more energy to talk, so I'm just playing the game silently. Good shit, man. Though, I might have to go use the restroom again. Look at that. Tranquility Garden. But yeah, right? Like, I don't know, am I sort of crazy for this take of like, yeah, I don't know. It's like I want to replay Hades again because I do want to like understand like exactly all the relationships and stuff like that. Because it's like, yeah, I think maybe like the conversation I'm remembering with Thanatos was that like Thanatos and Zagreus just used to get along. Like they used to be like really good pals or something like that. And then it's like after they realize, oh, hey, we're not actually like biological brothers. It's like, yeah. And you can still argue that is like weird. Which, yeah, I think it is. It's like, it'd be weird to like date your step siblings, you know? Because it's like, I have 2 step siblings, actually. And it'd be weird if I dated either one of them, you know? Because they're both like significantly older than me. Like, I'm pretty sure my stepbrother is like 7 years older than me. And I think that makes my stepsister like 3 or 4 years older than me. I don't know, it's crazy. Like, my stepbrother is 30, I think. He might be 31. I don't know, I'm bad with dates, man. I, like... I had a moment the other day where I was asking for, like, a password for my stepdad. Because, I was like, oh, hey, I want to sign into this account that we have is like a streaming service. And he gave me the password, and then there were like numbers in it. And actually, I don't want to say the story anymore. It's fine. You don't know the rest of the password anyway, and you don't know for which account it is, and you don't know the email. You don't know my stepdad's name. It's fine. But yeah, anyway, he gave me numbers, and I was like typing in, and I'm like, and the numbers are, and he said the numbers, and I was like, oh, okay, and then he was like, or it's like I like asked for the numbers, and he goes, it's your mom's birth year, and I'm like, yeah, I totally know that off the top of my head. Oh man, it's like I don't know that. I don't know, man. Like, I lucked out having my birthday be 2001. Like, I will never forget my birthday, and I will never struggle to figure out my age. Because if you're ever curious about my age, it is the current year -1.
Feels like the building's watching me. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Keep your guard up. Could be all manner of surprises in there.
Yeah, but check out the fish. Look at them. Look at these fucking fish. But yeah, I'm like bad with dates, and I'm bad with like birthdays and like remembering stuff, man. It's just like always something I've struggled with. Oh. And you know what? Hey, it's a neurotic problem. You can't get mad at me. Or you can. I don't know. Ooh. Sorry, while talking about that, I did just have like a big, possibly good idea for like an upcoming birthday present. Yeah. All right. Well, don't tell nobody this, but also it was my stepdad's birthday. Like his birthday is in January, and it kind of came up, and I completely forgot about it. You know, it's like thankfully I have my stepdad to like remind me. Is like, hey, you know your mom's birthday is coming up, right? And I'm like, yeah, totally. I totally knew that. Again, it's like nothing against like my family members, because again, it's like take like my stepbrother Jordan, like he's great. Like I only really remember my sister's birthday. Like I know her birthday off the top of my head because it's just like it's an easy birthday to remember. It's Cinco de Mayo, by the way. I think. Could be wrong, but I would if you were to ask me, like gun to my head, birthday May 5th, I'd say that pretty confidently. But if you were to ask me like, hey, what's your stepbrother or stepsister's birthday? I'd be like, can I look at my phone, please? Because I don't know anyone else's birthday in my family, you know? It's like I should know my parents' birthday, and I do. I know my mom's birthday in reference to the fact that her birthday is a month before my sister's, and like a day before. So it's like I remember it via that way, but it's like I also can tell you like the year. Like I remember the day more accurately than I do the year. Like same thing with my stepdad. It's like it was 1960 something, but I don't know for sure. Like gun to my head, I'm fucking guessing, and I'm probably getting my brains blown out. Oh man.
Careful, you're hurt!
That's cute. Oh man. But yeah, stuff, things, information. Information. Same difference. Sorry, I don't know if you can tell, I'm a bit intoxicated. Even with the little bit I ate, I don't know, my body legitimately is like, it has like really fast metabolism. Like I ingest something and I am feeling it like immediately. I don't know, it's just a weird quirk or a weird fun fact about me.
Unit can't help itself. Please do not be concerned.
Aw, poor Drinks the butler. But yeah, I mean, also to be fair, like, if you don't mind, I want to talk a little bit about Severance. But like at one point, in Severance, Mark gets asked the question, "What's the color of your mother's eyes?" And then he's like, and I'm like, he's so fucking real for that. Because, like, gun to my head, I could not tell you the eye color of any of my family members. Like, I would guess my sister has the same eye color as me, and I would guess my mom maybe has hazel or green eyes. I don't know for sure. I don't know, man. I don't look into my mom's eyes and think, oh, this is her eye color. It's like, why do you know that information? It's like, I don't know. I've been living a lie most of my life. I thought my mom had blonde hair, and she does, but she also has like gray hair, but she dyes it, you know? And it's like also weird because like my stepdad used to have black hair, but like if I picture my stepdad, I do not picture a man with black hair. I picture him as I like last saw him, which is with like gray hair, you know? So it is just this weird sort of thing of like, I'm not great at remembering details about people, you know? It's just the odd little quirk about me, man. But hey, on the bright side for me, it's like, I don't expect you to remember many details about me. You know? It's like if you mess up my birthday, if you're like, when were you born? I'd be like, come on. Come on, listen, all right? Other people, I get you forgetting the birthday, but like, come on, man. All right? If you're like, hey, what's your birthday? 010101. Just that's it. That is my birthday. It is January 1st, 2001. It written out 010101. Anyway, sorry, I don't know why I'm getting interpersonal. It's because I'm drunk. Because also I wanted to talk about like what's the reason why, I don't know, when you get drunk, does anyone else have this feeling of like I personally want to just like kiss someone, you know? It's like I just have this like urge of like, yeah, you know what I could go for right now? You know, a kiss. Like not even necessarily of like, oh, I want to be kissed. Of like, no, I just want to give someone a kiss. I want to be like, hey, look, you're perfect, you're wonderful. Here's a kiss on the forehead, on the cheek, wherever, you know, on the hand, mayhaps. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know why I'm made this way. I don't know why I'm like this. Dude, you want to know what's wild is like gaining subscribers. Hey, if you want my advice, like personally, like if you make a YouTube channel or whatever, make like 2 separate YouTube channels. Because like you'll see this with like a couple of YouTube channels. Like I would say off the top of my head, who I can think of is like Connor Eats Pants. Like I like Connor Eats Pants. He's a great guy, pretty funny, pretty fantastic. He hosts a very prestigious show, Fortnite Fridays, with various guests that are like insane that he gets when you think about it, you know? But oh yeah, his like channel is like Connor Eats Pants Live, you know? And it's like occasionally he like multi-streams on YouTube and Twitch. And like it's like I assume that's probably pretty good, but it's like I think wouldn't it be better to have like a separate channel for that, you know? Whereas like you have all your YouTube videos on one channel and then you have all your live streams on like another channel. It's like, wouldn't that ultimately be better? Because it's like, I don't know, I of course do not do this, you know, but it's like I think it would be better for my channel. Because it's like one thing I've noticed is that I've been getting a lot more views lately, but every time I live stream, I get way less views, you know? It's like not significant, but it's like noticeable. where it's like, oh, you got 1,000 views at like 10 p.m. and then you got 900 views at 11 p.m. and then you started streaming at 12 p.m. and then you got 500 views. You know, it's like maybe it's just coincidental, but like it's like it seems to be noticeable. But it's like also live streams are kind of good in a way because it's like for a while I gained like a significant amount of subscribers from live streaming, but it's like most people don't want to see that you're live, and I think most people are usually probably annoyed with me being live. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I gotta start making other videos that do well, that make people into me and my personality, and then maybe I can live stream, you know? But I do it anyway because I don't give a fuck, ultimately, at the end of the day. But also because it's like, you know, I want what I say to matter. I want what I say to, like, be recorded and to be there for either me or anyone to look back upon and to, you know, analyze and to think about and to consider things, you know? Even if it is just simply me expressing myself. I don't know, this is my form of, like, kissing you, of giving you information and, like, exposing myself to you in a, you know, appropriate way. Whereas it's like, hey, I got no mask, I got no front that I'm trying to keep up. I'm just being a genuine human, being authentic to myself. And no one else, because nobody is watching, but you know. Maybe someday somebody will at some point. Who knows? Alright, well that's a finished can. I think I'm gonna go to the can. The other kind of can, you know? The can room, I guess. And then I'll be back in due time. I don't know. Minute, 2, 3. I don't know, you're watching this in post. You can just scroll forward to the point you want to fucking watch, you know? Like, that's also the nice thing about YouTube. That's why I like live stream on YouTube, besides the fact that I don't have to worry about, like, downloading my VODs and then uploading them to YouTube. Is that it's just like, if need be, you can scroll and go forward or go back whenever you're watching somebody live. It's, like, kind of nice. Like, I've done that sometimes, where I'll, like, tune into somebody who's live on YouTube, and then I'll just, like, scroll back, like 30 minutes or like an hour, and then I'll just like be an hour behind the live stream, and this is like fun, you know? Alright, anyway, I will be back, so I'll see you in a bit.
It's nice to take a breather, ain't it? You know, the more of those Spectrum bottles I drink, the less I'm able to differentiate their colors.
Bah, return. Agatha Christie's culturally insensitive book about, people being murdered. Let's go. One of the guys is like a panther. You think he's the murderer, but he's not. Then there's another person who's like a murderer, but they're not. And, there's also like a couple of women there. And, it was the guy. The guy did it. You know the one guy. He did it all.
I take it back. Ain't nothing here but memories.
It's so empty. Oh, Captain, something here don't feel right.
Oh, it's fine. Hello there, food service mechanical. Okay. Huh. Wow. Logs. Recent activity. User Wambros attempted to log in the system. Final attempt failed. Locking terminal for 5 days. Ooh. Okay. Pantry list. Okay. Oh.
Oh my law, this is just like that episode of Virginia Yang, Girl Detective, where the old fella dies and his nurse inherits his house. What if we find a body?
Think they've ever tried to use this while the fireplace was on?
Wow, look at that. Along that wilderness of glass, no swellings tell that winds may be upon some far-off happier sea. No heavings hint that winds have been on seas less hideously serene. EAP. Main menu. Amber So. Logs. Huh. This morning I gave birth to a healthy child. Perhaps it's a strange distinction to call her healthy, but after all I've endured to finally meet her, it matters. That she resists all against the odds matters. I will call her Wilhelmia? After my late brother, Wilhelm. Wilhelmina? Yeah, Wilhelmina. I hope the law is kinder to her than it was to him. I hope for many things, truthfully. That she be smart and shrewd, that she be strong, relentless, undeniable. Most of all, I hope for her a steel spine, that she does not bend when Halcyon would break her, that she be stronger than I. Ooh. I must find Minnie a wet nurse. She demands to be fed throughout the day and night, and I simply cannot get a single thing done. The nurse will need to be exceptional, smart, educated, of means. Minnie must have the best start if she's going to survive the pit of vipers that is Byzantium elite. Then there is a matter of a governess. I cannot watch the child constantly, not if I'm to do my work. How soon must I begin looking? Naturally, she'll have to be exceptional as well, and exceptional Byzantines don't exactly grow on trees. I will persuade Harvey to investigate this for me. The man has little else to do. I don't understand how anyone of ambition has time to keep a journal. I certainly don't, yet here I am, indulging myself. Minnie's influence, no doubt. Her behavior concerns me. She's clingy, emotional. At 5, she should be starting to show some personality, not crying for her mother when I leave for another stint on Gorgon. This must be the fault of Marie, her governess, as Minnie certainly didn't learn this behavior from me. I'll have to fire the woman. It's clear she's not capable of instilling in Minnie a correct understanding of how to behave. Harvey despairs of ever finding a governess who meets my preposterous standards. He and I went in circles on the issue for hours, but he came around to my thinking eventually. Why shouldn't I want what's best for my daughter? Maybe I'll fire him too. Damn. I'm at my wit's end with Minnie. At 13, she should already have mastered basic chemistry, physics, and mathematics, but she can barely handle long division. She struggles to remember the simplest equations and formulas, no matter how many times her governess raps her knuckles. By the time I was her age, I had already made dynamite in my grandfather's laboratory. The only thing Minnie's making explode is my head. Her father asked why we don't just send her to boarding school, but I abhor the thought of her surrounded by those coddled idiots. More alarming still, she's begun to show an interest in romance serials and painting. She may have a strong grasp of color theory, and she shows some promise with watercolors, but surely that's the result of her education in spectroscopy, not any innate skill. What value has art anyway? She gave me a truly dreadful painting of Francis this morning, and I haven't a clue what to do with it. Perhaps I'll stuff it in my desk. We'll have a good laugh over it when she's grown and finally come to her senses. God, what an awful mother! What a terrible person! Lucian appeared at the monitor this morning. I thought him here for me, to finally wring my neck after our latest tiff, but no, it was much worse than that. He had come to speak to Minnie. No need to guess why. She's taken upon herself to manage the household these last few years, since neither her father nor I had the time, or frankly, inclination. Under her watch, the staff's productivity has increased 35% while reducing our costs an astonishing 67%. We've saved tens of thousands of bits. Harvey tipped Lucian off, I expect. Now he wants to bring her on to help manage the Gorgon facilities, which I refused over Minnie's vociferous protestations? She cried after I left. I only wish that I could tell her why. Huh, interesting. Ambrose W. The search continues. I take from these entries that Mother was severe with her editorial pen. This is but one version of her, carefully curated, and not the one I wanted to find. Where is her unvarnished stream of consciousness? Where is her spontaneous brilliance? Search continues. My efforts will inevitably steer me to Gorgon. What then, Minnie? What then? Dr. Olivia Ambrose. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, Ambrose W. Huh. Curious. Mock apple shake. Oh, sorry. You don't think I can hack it?
Great work.
Huh? Apparently not. Join me for a drink, miss whoever you are.
Sure, why not? I love drinking.
So who the devil are you?
Ooh. Amno D. Armbruster, Captain of the Unreliable.
You don't say. Well, make yourself at home, Captain. I'm sure we have much to discuss. Do you see that glowing chunk of space rock? That's Gorgon. My birthright, my burden, and the bane of my existence. I hate to drink alone, and this is my third. So join me in raising a glass. To Gorgon.
To Gorgon.
To Gorgon. May cosmic winds shepherd her to the nearest star. I'm Wilhelmina Ambrose, but you can keep it short and call me Minnie. Now, what brings you to my house, gorgeous? I take it you didn't come all this way for the beverages, the starry skies, or the pleasant company.
Ooh. I'm here about a severed arm.
A severed arm? How positively ghoulish. You know this is a private residence, not a curio shop?
Well, does the name Lucky Montoya mean anything to you?
Lucky Montoya is my personal freelancer. Fascinating man. Very brooding and theatrical. Always staring into space and twirling a bullet over his knuckles. But if something happened to him... Oh dear. I suppose that makes him my former freelancer now?
Sorry about your loss.
Thank you. But the people in my orbit come and go all the time. Occupational hazard. What a time for his luck to run out. We were in the middle of something grand, and I really can't afford another setback.
What were you two doing?
Settling an old score. How would you like to be my new freelancer? There's been a recent vacancy, and I think you're well suited to the job.
You offer work to everyone who breaks into your home? Must be some kind of Byzantine tradition I ain't know about.
You're awful quick to trust a bunch of strangers that broke into your home.
I'm looking for someone rough around the edges. A gorgeous, dashing scoundrel type. Incidentally, someone good with their hands.
Ooh. Gorgeous.
I like my employees well-groomed. Appearances are everything in high society.
Well, give me the details and I'll let you know.
My mother, Dr. Olivia Ambrose, worked for Spacer's Choice at the Gorgon Research Facility. She was brilliant, the top scientist in her field, until tragedy struck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Spacer Choice is one big accident waiting to happen. Oh, go on.
One day, Spacer's Choice shut down all research and evacuated Gorgon. Everyone had to scramble or risk getting left behind. It was chaos. Employees fled for their lives. Mother never made it home. I'm told she wasn't the only casualty that fateful day.
It must have been real hard on you, losing your mother all of a sudden like that. I'm sorry to hear it, ma'am.
Thank you. Ambrose ladies are supposed to be resilient to the unexpected, but this was especially hard on me. Mother's name has since been dragged through the mud. Spacer's Choice blames her for the collapse of Project Gorgon, and I just know they're lying.
Why would they lie?
Why, indeed? To cover up their crimes? To discredit someone who knew too much? I'm hoping you can find out for me. Mother would not have allowed Project Gorgon to fail. Something happened on that asteroid, and my family took the fall for it.
What'd you send Lucky to find?
The truth. Mother is gone, Gorgon is silent, and I deserve answers.
Answers to what end?
That will depend on what we learn. The scope of this cover-up is enormous. Whatever Spacer's Choice is hiding could bring ruin down on their heads. Or it could just be another dead end. We won't know till we look, will we?
Tell me about your mother.
I admired Mother, but we weren't close. She disapproved of everything about me, really. I couldn't measure up to her example. She didn't make time for us. I remember thinking that she never wanted a child, and never forgave me for being one, naive and irresponsible as I was.
Aw. Yeah, also, what do you mean by us? Did you have siblings? Yeah. Would she want a fully grown lab assistant?
I don't know what would have made Mother happy. After a while, I stopped trying to find out.
Did you two ever get along?
We got close once. When I was a child, I enjoyed looking over Mother's shoulder, playing backseat chemist while she peered into a microscope. One day, she told me to leave before I broke something. Then, I got mad and broke something. Typical night in the Ambrose house.
Oh, that hurts my heart to hear, ma'am. My dad was real dedicated to his work, too, but he always let me help. Made me feel, I don't know, special. Like I had something to offer. I wish you could have had that with your mother.
Mother and Gorgon were made for each other. I had the misfortune to be stuck in the middle.
What do you think happened on Gorgon?
I don't know. And Spacer's Choice won't say. They don't discuss anything that tarnishes their brand. Gorgon has a dark history. The project fell apart. Personnel were shuffled across the system. With Mother gone, now I'm all that's left.
Where's your father in all this?
Father lost more than his job on Gorgon. I'll say no more than that. The asteroid may look like a glittering jewel, but I assure you the resemblance ends there. Gorgon is poisonous to the core. One might even say cursed. I need your help, Captain. Project Gorgon killed Mother and disgraced the Ambrose name, and no one has been held accountable. Spacer's Choice buried the past like a dirty secret.
Well... yeah, we're practically strangers. Why put your trust in me?
You followed an uncertain lead all the way to my doorstep. You're curious, resourceful, and perceptive. All the marks of a good private eye. Whatever happened on Gorgon wasn't Mother's fault. I simply need the evidence to prove it. We're going to drag the truth, kicking and screaming, into the light. Even if it means bringing ruin and humiliation to Spacer's Choice. All the evidence I need should be in Mother's journal. You can find it in her office on Gorgon, in the heart of the old research facility.
Yeah. If it helps you find some closure, I'll find the journal.
You do all that for me? I was hoping you'd take the job, but I didn't expect you to care.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to suffer for the actions of Spacer's Choice.
I believe you're the first person to ever side with me against the corporation. It's a refreshing change. When you reach Gorgon, pack a weapon you trust. The corporate lockdown hasn't stopped the wilderness from squirming in through the cracks.
I'll be careful.
There's a little saloon near Gorgon's landing pad, the Sprat Shack. Lucky was renting a room, so if you want to follow his trail, that would be the place to start.
Ought to stop in and taste the local flavor.
Oh, you think maybe they got a little mascot? Like a sprat in a tiny hat?
Just so we understand each other, money is no object. I'm willing to squander the family fortune if you get me what I want. Between your payment and any salvage you happen across, you'll walk away from this rich enough to buy a mansion of your own. How does that sound?
Yeah. We talk about my fee when this is done.
A consummate professional. That shouldn't be a problem. Here's your nav key, Captain. Safe travels.
I'll be in touch. Maybe you don't need to hear this from me, but I'm sorry about your mother.
Spacer's Choice should be the one apologizing, but thank you. Sincerely. A word of advice before you go, Captain. Trust no one. Mother's office is in the heart of the Gorgon facility. You're free to salvage anything that isn't nailed down. I only want what's mine.
Mysterious heiress, unexpected gainful employment. It's like something out of a detective serial.
Salvage rights and a paycheck? This is almost too good to be true.
Alright, well, fun. Alright, I'll be right back, because I gotta go grabbing a quick bite to eat. But I'll be back in like a minute.
Captain, charmed as always. Be sure and close the door on your way out. I feel a draft.
So what's the plan? Ready when you are. What's up?
So, how about this Gorgon job?
Something ain't right here, Captain. We ought to tread carefully.
All right.
All this cloak and dagger for a journal? I ain't buying it.
You think there's something more to this?
Yeah. The whole thing stinks of a cover-up. I'm used to folks leaving their messes behind for all the colony to see. Hell, look at Monarch. So imagine what they'd actually be trying to hide. Captain, it's gonna be bad.
Huh. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we're no strangers to Corvus shenanigans, Nyoka.
I know. We've seen our fair share of awful in this colony, that's for damn sure. Alls I'm saying is, be careful. Something feels different about this one.
Yeah, huh?
How you feel about Gorgon?
I hope we can help Miss Minnie uncover what happened to her mother. I wouldn't wish the pain of not knowing on hardly anyone.
How you feeling about it right now?
I don't want to be mean, Captain, but I can't help wondering if Miss Minnie is telling us the whole story about Gorgon. Her mother worked there for years and years, and she doesn't know hardly the first thing about it? It seems fishy. And in the serials, mystery's always got a twist.
What's the twist gonna be?
Well, Virginia Yang, that girl detective, she'd say to check your theories at the door. Just look at the facts and follow the clues. Me? I just want to fix what's been broke.
Damn, some nimble fingers, Captain.
Dear Wilhelmina, I hope this letter finds you well. No, it's too stilted. It sounds like I'm writing to request a loan. Dearest Wilhelmina, I regret to tell you... Law, no, that's worse. When have I ever called her dearest? She's my daughter. This should be easy. How can a mother not know how to talk to her own daughter? My love, I can no longer... For your safety, I must... Oh, hell. Even if she despises me for what I had to do, I should still be able to say goodbye. Minnie, I have to leave, and I don't intend to come back. I love you. I'm so sorry.
Wow, that's pretty sad. I don't know, I feel bad that this whole time I've been munching on a delicious chicken sandwich. Not from Chick-fil-A, but I did have it with Chick-fil-A sauce. And it was good, man. It was so good. Dude, food is like awesome. You ever eat food? It's so good. Me trying to fit in as a human. Yo, you ever try food, man? Dude, isn't that shit, like, sick? But it is so good, man. Oh. Alright, man. Alright.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I... I'll be here.
Tartarus, Monarch, Eridanos, Olympus. Yeah, the largest of Halcyon's two Jovian gas giants. Perpetual storms rack the planet's atmosphere, rendering it uninhabitable. Hephaestus. An uninhabitable icy planetoid at the edge of the Halcyon system. Typhon has nothing to offer the Halcyon colony. Oh, well.
Captain, we've arrived in Eridanos.
All right. Yeah, is this the best place to sell all my shit? Hold on. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. Maybe.
We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain.
Cool.
Please avoid damage.
Something got you down?
I hate you vending machines.
Spacer's Choice, the brand of choice for spacers on a budget.
Yeah, cool, man.
Music to my ear.
70% discount. That's what I like to see. Yep, sell all my junk. Okay, I did a decent dent into it, but not as much as I would hope, you know?
It's not the best. Music. Alright, cool. Well. Off we go, back to Gorgon. Also, I'm going to continuously keep referring to Gorgon instead of Gorgon. I might say Gorgon every now and then, but Gorgon I feel like is so much funnier. Ooh. Oh yeah, also BT Dubs, speaking of Apple TV, since I've been watching Severance on there, I also decided to watch like the first episode of
We've arrived. We are now in orbit above Gorgon.
There we go. But yeah, I watched the first episode of Mythic Quest, and it's like, I don't know, I kind of hate to say it, but it's like almost good, you know? It's like almost good, but it's not quite there. Like, it has a lot of people I actually really like on it. Like, Ashley Birch shows up, which, in case you didn't know, hi, Ashley Birch.
Something busted, Captain?
See you later. But yeah, Ashley Birch is there, Rob McElhenney is there, made with Charlie Day. He's not actually cast on the show, at least as far as I can tell. I'm not sure the actual actor's name, and my apologies for this, but the guy who plays Abed on Community, I don't know, I haven't really watched Community either. Really the only actors I know from Community are Donald Glover, and that's it. That's the only like named person I know. And then Chevy Chase, but you only know about Chevy Chase because he's an asshole and a scumbag. But yeah, like I could not name to you. Ooh. Congratulations, Explorer! You've entered the center of the Purple Berry Puzzle hedges. This certificate entitles you to a 5% discount on certain Rizzo's products at select Rizzo's vending machines. Ooh. And note that the promise of discount is non-binding. Any failure to find Rizzo's vending machines accepting said discount is the responsibility of the holder, not the Rizzo's Corporation. Any attempts to force a discount or dispute the grounds of the certificate's discount will be prosecuted to the full extent of lethal force. I see. But yeah. It's like, it's got like a great cast. Like there's a lot of people there, who are good, I assume. There's a guy who plays cricket in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. He's on the show. And then there's like other characters too. I don't know who the main lead is, but like I liked her. I actually liked her a lot. But like really, I think the show kind of fucked up by trying to be like wholesome and like good to a certain extent, you know? Like not good as in good quality, but like, oh, it's good wholesome fun, you know? I think it fucked up there really badly because like I think Rob McElhenney's character should be like a villain. Like he should be like the bad guy, like the egotistical, like knows better than everyone else, uh like like lead director of the game. Like he should be at odds with like the head developer, you know? Like they shouldn't have this like moment where they come together at the end of the first episode where it's like, okay, I'll help you out and do your thing and the people will like it. It's like, I don't know, it's just dumb. And then also it's like I cannot handle the influence character they decided on. Like, I mean, they're essentially doing like a parody of like a World of Warcraft game, but it's like you don't have Asmongold as your fucking parody point. Like, come on. Like, it's so easy. Just have this like absolute like degenerate, disgusting, terrible, fucking awful human and have him be like a full-grown man, but then have his audience be full of children or something along those lines. Like, you could do a whole number of myriad of things that are not, and I'm quoting the show here, a 14-year-old who doesn't look 14 years old, he looks like 12, yeah, I forget. I'm pretty sure they say he's 14, but he's fucking 12. Like, I don't know how old the actor is, but the actor is, like, way younger than 14. If that guy's 14, like, crazy. Like, he's obviously meant to play kid actors on TV shows, but he is not that old. Like, they have one good bit. Like, the one good bit with the influencer, streamer, like, antagonist guy is that he does say, oh yeah, like he yells at his mom and then he goes, oh, sorry about that, guys, I just got heated. My mom is a great, fantastic, beautiful, wonderful employee And oh yeah, she's also a good mom too. That was funny. That was like the only funny bit, because the rest of it is completely unfunny because the character's name or YouTuber name or handle or whatever is Pootie Shoe. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know about you, but if you don't hear the words Pootie Shoe and you're not like immediately like, that's disgusting and bad and awful and cringe and fucking terrible, I'm sorry, but we're fundamentally two different people. Like, I will pass your ship in the night, and I will be glad to not see you on the horizon when the sun comes. You know, it's like, if you're into that kind of humor, if you're into like quite literally immature humor, then that's great. Check out Mythic Quest. But it's just like, come on, you almost got something good. Like, you almost have a good show, but you just fucked it up. It's like, who's the writer? I gotta know who the writer is, because it's like, you fucked up, man. You fucked up so bad. You have all this talent. You have, like, these genuinely good fucking characters, and there's like, oh, here's the annoying kid character who's an annoying kid character. Like, if you want to have the kid character, great, make them like endearing or make them interesting as a character, you know. Like, you gotta do that. You gots to do that. He had one funny joke, and the rest of the time I was fucking cringing out of my damn gourd, fucking watching this kid be like, "Oh, what's up, Pootie Shooties? I'm here to fucking review a fucking MMO. I can't make a dick with a shovel. This shit sucks, bro." And then, they just made the shovel, like, fucking kill people. And it's like, hey, what's up, everybody? It's Pootie Shooty. I'm fucking reviewing the fucking DLC for fucking fake World of Warcraft video game. And you know what? It's a 10 out of 10. It's a fucking masterpiece. It gets 4 Pooties out of 4 or whatever. Oh, man. Wow, this is a real good fucking game. And my favorite part is the shovel. The shovel is a weapon that you can use to violently kill people. Here I am violently killing people with the shovel. Wow, what a great thing. It's like, come on, man. You can have like you have Ashley Birch there. Like, did fucking Ashley Birch write this shit? Because I don't think she did. I think she did. Maybe she would have wrote it better, but I don't know. Maybe I have too much faith in Ashley Birch. But yeah, hold on. Yeah, I gotta look it up, man. Because it's like, I gave the first episode a shot. It fucking sucks dick. Like, and I'm not saying that in like a polite way. Like, I'm saying that in like a very rude. It has 4 fucking seasons. That shit's crazy. Yeah. It. By the way, is there Ashley Birch is on the writing team, as well as Rob McElhenney, David Hornsberry, Megan Gates, and Charlie Day. Really? All 5 of these people wrote this? Guys, you couldn't have written anything better? Like, you've all written good shit collectively. All these people have written really funny stuff. And then you watch the show and it's like almost funny. It's like almost there. Oh, man. But yeah, that does kind of suck. But yeah, anyway, the main character, Poppy Lee, Charlotte Nicado? Nicdao? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But yeah, like, she's like she's like good. She's good. She should be the hero. Why is Rob McElhenney not the villain? Like, he's the antagonist, but he's like not a villain. Like, the whole thing is like, it like literally in the first episode, their whole arc is fucking resolved, and it's like, you got to make that shit season wide, motherfucker. And anyway, scrap that shit because it's not funny and fun. Make Rob McElhenney a villain. Make him a Machiavellian fucking like guy who thinks he knows better than everyone and mistreats his workers. Like, he's a classic bit. It's a fucking make him Michael from The Office. But like, forget about The Office and making Michael Scott endearing. Just make him a scumfuck and a bastard, and that's funnier, right? Like, am I wrong? Like, if you're writing a comedy, you want all the characters to be a villain. And like, what's funny is that you can then have an episode where you focus on the villain, and then you see him like not being a villain. You know, like you can have David Hornsberry, the guy who plays cricket on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. No offense, I'm sure he's done more stuff than that, but that's just what I know him from. But like he's like this very like weak, non-decisive kind of guy, and it's like you need a villain, and like the villain cannot be this fucking YouTuber brat named Pooty Shoe or Shooty or whatever his fucking name is. Like you need a real villain. And like you have a villain by having like an executive producer that's like, yeah, just make the game crunch. Like that, I don't know, man. I might give the second episode a shot, but like the second episode immediately starts with the fucking kid again. It's like I don't mind a kid in a TV show. I'm not like, oh, is that a child? Ooh, I hate that character. Like, no, I don't care. But you gotta like the whole point of the character is that they're insufferable and they suck. And so it's like, why would I watch a thing where it's like this character is insufferable and like they have nothing going on for them that makes them endearing or fun to watch, you know? It's like stark comparison with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like, yes, in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, all the main cast are scumfucks and bastards and pieces of shit, but they are fun to fucking watch because they do silly shit, because like they're constantly playing the foil to each other. It's like there's a good dynamic there, where it's like because everyone sucks, it's great. And it's like for Mythic Quest, at least based on the first episode, it's like no one is allowed to suck really. Like they all kind of suck to a certain extent, except for Poppy, who's like the only reasonable fucking person there. But like her whole thing is that she's boring. You know, it's like, oh, the stuff you like is boring. And it's like, I don't like that. I like Poppy. I think she's good. I think she's a fun character. But you're just shitting on her. And she has to learn from this fucking asshole piece of shit scumfuck bastard that like, oh, you have to let me be the creative director, man. You have to let me impart my vision, and then you have to make my vision. Like, it's fucking dumb, man. I do not like the first episode. I don't know if it improves or not.
You are not.
Alright, let's go to fucking Gorgon. Let's stop talking about Mythic Quest. Which, hold on, I do want to see Mythic Quest IMDb.
Wow.
Cause yeah.
Look at those stars.
Ooh.
Don't it make you feel small in the best way?
Oh, hell yeah.
Please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Spacer's Choice is not responsible for death, dismemberment, or blunt force trauma that may result from non-compliance.
Yeah, let's disable that. Thank you. But yeah, here, I'm kind of curious to see how the episodes go, like how they rank. So yeah, the pilot 7.2, episode 2 7.0, episode 3 7.6, episode 4 7.3, episode 5 9.4, episode 6 7.3, episode 7 8.2, episode 8 7.6, episode 9 8.0, episode 10 9.4, and then episode 11, the season finale, I presume, 8.7. So it does get better. It does have good episodes. But I don't know, I did see a review that was something along the lines of like, yeah, there's a really good episode that like is completely different from the tone and like the regular show that's like pretty good. But then you get back to the regular show and you're just like, oh yeah, this shit sucks. Fuck.
Long on Gorgon unprepared.
Sorry, there are still people here?
Is that what my thoughts sound like? Law, I've been standing near that alarm too long. You looking for supply, stranger? Let's stock up here. If you run low on bullets out in Gorgon's far reaches, there ain't no one round here liable to help you out. Let me know if you're looking for something particular.
Yeah, hey man, so this is Gorgon.
You mean you came out to this asteroid without knowing nothing about it? Me too. Heard it was wild here and couldn't resist. Trouble is, if you wander off to somewhere you oughtn't be, like way out in Gorgon's farthest reaches, odds are slimmer of your bits finding their way to my pockets. If you want my advice, stick close to the Sprat Shack, unless you fancy having your limbs torn off and eaten.
Thanks, but I can handle myself.
All right, you know you better than I do. Just be sure you watch out for the Marauders. That's the #1 thing. Oh, and the Mance. You watch out for Marauders, Mance, and Charles from accounting, and you'll probably be fine.
Who the fuck is Charles from accounting?
Only the meanest Marauder on Gorgon, and also anywhere else. That man is crazier than a bag of canids and twice as likely to bite. He will bust your head open like an overripe mock apple if he so much as sees you. I ain't joking. He'll snap you in half like stale bread noodles.
Well, thanks for the warning.
No, you don't get it. Charles from accounting is like... Imagine if you took 3 of the most howling mad Marauders you could find and mashed them together. That's Charles.
You mean he's got the strength of 3 men?
That and a rocket launcher.
Go back to the part about the rocket launcher.
Did I not mention that? Right, sorry. He's got a rocket launcher.
How did he get a rocket launcher?
Couldn't say. He kills anyone who gets close enough to ask. Look, long story short, you do not fuck with Chuck. Best to avoid the Marauder camp entirely. That's my 2 bits on the matter.
What have you got for sale?
Found a pickaxe in the mine like none I've ever seen before. Could be awful useful if you're the violent type.
Handy destruction. Fun. Wow, this is a lot, man. I'm not reading all this, alright? I'm sorry, but I'm not in a reading kind of mode. Hey, I guess into the Sprat Shack I go.
Come here. Let's have a chat.
Okay, what's up, man?
All right, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now.
All right.
Good. Look up. Now look down. You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation.
Amnesty Armbruster, Captain of the Unreliable. I started reading Ne'er-Do-Well, and I combined the two.
Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on downstairs.
Alright, cool. So, what do you mean when you said people had changed?
Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better.
What happens when people change?
First, they get real twitchy and paranoid, shouting at folks who aren't there. Then they smell like they soiled themselves, on account of how they soiled themselves. After that, they're gone. Nothing but animals wearing human skin. Seen it happen myself. It's never pretty.
Where exactly am I?
This is the Sprat Shack, the most remote watering hole in the system. Rule number 1, no fighting. Rule number 2, wipe your feet on the way downstairs. We're the only hospitable place on this rock. I want to keep it that way. That's why we have rule number 3. When people change, they stay outside, where they belong.
Let me ask you something.
Just don't ask me to dance.
What do you do around here?
Bouncer, bodyguard, law enforcer. I make sure the Sprat Shack gets only the highest caliber of clientele.
That's us. Well, I hope you look the other way just this once.
We get a lot of brand-loyal corporate types, and a lot of cutthroat freelancer types. Both sides have their share of dirty scoundrels. And I hate dirt.
What kinds of people come to the Sprat Shack?
This is a sublight bar, so most of our regulars come to plunder the old labs. The facility's locked up behind miles of red tape, so progress is slow. A lot of time to drink and reevaluate, then venture out and try again.
Well, what do you know about Gorgon?
Something bad happened here. Spacer's Choice was developing chemicals. The kind with nasty side effects. Marauders outnumber the rest of us 10 to 1. Either they came from Gorgon, or something draws them here. I don't know which is worse. This place is under a dark cloud, stranger. That's all I know. If you want the history of the Sprat Shack, talk to Lex behind the bar.
Well, see you around, partner.
Stay cool.
Yeah, you too, man.
Oh, ugh. This place smells like Felix's birth.
Been an age since I had a good trip of kale. Hope they've got it on tap.
I'm sure they do. By the way, what's the deal with bars having shit on tap? Because, like, I know I'm sure I could ask, like, my parents this information, because they probably know. But, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't really go to bars and order drinks. But it's like, I don't know, something that's, like, on tap is, like, fine. But it's like, I don't give a shit if it is. You know? It's like, I can drink something from a can, and I can drink, you know, something however you like, really. Huh. No, look at that little guy. Hello.
Welcome to the Sprat Shack. First one's on the house, and I won't even water it down. What'll it be?
Ooh. You know, let's see. Wine, make it purple berry. I'm in a chipper mood.
Bottoms up. I assume you're here for salvage.
Sure. Got any leads?
Even if I did, I ain't supposed to play favorites. Most of my regulars are sublight scavengers. They pick over the ruins of Gorgon, spend their earnings at the bar, and head back out the next day. Vicious cycle, but that's life. You're the first new face I've seen in a while.
That's cool. That's cool. Do you know anyone by the name of Lucky Montoya?
Lucky? Sure, I knew him. He could get a little dramatic at times, but he was a good guy. Heard he took on a dangerous job. Spent a lot of time coming and going from the Office of Creative Incubation, just down the road.
Go on, please.
The way he talked about the job, you just knew Lucky had hit pay dirt. Not that I was jealous. Around here, that sort of luck can be hazardous to your health. Awful shame about what happened to him.
So yeah, what happened?
You really want to hear my story? Law, most everyone around here is sick to death of it by now. Last I saw of Lucky was a few days ago. I went outside for a smoke and a stroll, and I saw this wild canid dragging a bloody limb. So I kicked the canid, scared it off.
Go on.
Get this, the canid was chewing on an honest-to-law human arm. Lucky's arm.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, the arm was clutching a phonograph that mentioned someone named Alex Hawthorne. I did some poking around, and this Hawthorne has a reputation among the salvagers who frequent the bar. So I packaged up the arm nice and tidy and sent it care of the Halcyon Parcel Service. They even gave me a discount on the hazardous waste removal stamp.
Well, hey, the arm made it to me. I'm Hawthorne's next of kin, sort of.
No kidding. And now you're here? Colony feels smaller than you'd think some days. I'm glad I was here to see this confluence of events, you know? The stars really aligned on this one. And here I am, smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, so why bother sending the arm at all?
I figured Hawthorne would want to know what happened to his pal. Help Lucky get his affairs in order, you know. Oh, I hate to see people go with unfinished business.
Well, where was Lucky staying?
3rd floor. Once I figured he wasn't coming back to pay his tab, I left his room unlocked to air it out. You can help yourself to anything you left behind. Fair warning, I've been letting the regulars use it for a quick lie down. Just wash your hands when you're done. Trust me.
So, what do you know about Gorgon?
Spacer's Choice used to brew pharmaceuticals in these parts. That's why the asteroid smells like an old gym sock. They say Adrenatime came from here, just down the road at the old R&D lab. Very hush-hush back in the day.
Well, would any of your regulars have any more information about Gorgon?
Roscoe might tell you more. He spent some time around here before the bar opened up. I trust him well enough. There's always Leonora, my favorite customer over in the storage room on the 2nd floor. Keeps to herself and always closes out her tab.
What's Roscoe's story?
He's been here since opening day. I think he told me he was some kind of journalist. He got left behind when Spacer's Choice pulled out. And I guess no one's coming to get him.
Poor bastard. You looking out for him?
Roscoe's drinks are on the house. We all know how it feels to get left behind. He'll be all right. He's with the family now, and we take care of our own.
Why'd he get left behind?
He didn't tell me and I didn't ask. I'm his bartender, not his human resources rep. If you believe the chatter, a lot of good folks got left behind, and a lot of bad folks made it out. Sometimes that's all there is to it.
So what can you tell me about Lenora?
Nice lady. Been coming around a lot these past few months. She isn't with Sublight, but seems to know the lay of the land better than anyone. She spends most of her days drinking alone. I think she's looking to hire someone. If you're open to a side gig.
Sure, why not? You know she spoke with Lucky Montoya at all?
Now that you mention it, I thought I saw those two sharing stories over a pint. Didn't think twice about it. I don't speak ill of the dead, but Leonora deserves better company. That Lucky was no good for her.
Well, thanks for the tip.
What are friends for, eh?
Any idea why Spacer's Choice shut down Gorgon?
I doubt anyone knows the full story. One day the evacuation order went out. Grunts and lab coats scrambled to get anywhere but Gorgon. And the weirdest thing of all, Adrenatime still hit the market. Me, I never touched the stuff. To each their own, but I think it's dangerous.
Salvagers must be making a fortune off of Gorgon.
Damn right we are. We've got drugs, scrap metal, prototype weapons, drugs, money, and more drugs.
Hell yeah.
When Spacer's Choice evacuated, everyone dropped their gear and ran. Most of it stayed where it fell, and all of it is up for grabs. Of course, the real treasure is whatever's locked up in the old facility. Until someone figures a way to crack it open, we're just sifting through dirt.
Cool, cool. No further questions.
You got it, bub.
So you run this place?
Yes and no. The Sprat Shack used to be a shipping and receiving warehouse during the old Project Gorgon days. When Spacer's Choice pulled their guys off-world, Sublight moved in to salvage what we could, and they put me in charge.
So Sublight owns a Sprat Shack now?
Yes and no. Rumor has it there's a Sprat wandering around the Groundbreaker, and he's the legal owner of the Sprat Shack. Hagen's idea.
Dare I ask why a Sprat owns this bar?
See, Hagen didn't want a paper trail that led back to her, so she gave the bar to the Sprat. If there were any legal problems with this place, the Sprat would do the time.
You think a Sprat could own Edgewater? Oh, imagine one wearing Mr. Thompson's little hat.
Anyway, that's what the paperwork says. I don't make the rules.
Oh, man. How would you even know which Sprat is the right one?
Easy. His name's Matt. The beautiful thing is, no one could tell Matt Sprat apart from an ordinary vermin. I think that's kind of the point, to send the authorities on a wild Sprat chase.
So does Matt Sprat have any theories? Any game theories? Oh, man. Yeah, what happens if Ethel Gabler turns him into Spratwurst?
Never thought about that. Shit, someone could have eaten my boss. As far as business arrangements go, this one's a head-scratcher, but they say it's all above board, so that's what matters.
Does Spacer's Choice mind that you're squatting in their warehouse?
Yes and no. We're doing a lot more than squatting. We're classing up the joint, keeping the riffraff outside where it belongs. They didn't even serve drinks until I arrived. Talk about wasted potential.
Can you answer any questions without starting with yes and no?
Yes. And no. Again, that one was Hagen's idea. She told me that speaking in vague terms keeps you out of trouble. And I don't want any trouble in my place.
Alright, well, how do you get supplies in and out?
Thirsty people come and go from all over the colony. Mostly on the way to somewhere better. Some are well-connected. And not everyone pays with bits. That's how we get the unconventional goods anyhow. Sublight keeps us well stocked with the essentials, by which I mean booze.
How about a drink?
Or maybe a sugar sprat pie? Damn it, we're out of those.
Whoa now. Cool. Bar patron.
I don't know. Did you bring the goods?
No payment, no goods.
Give me a taste of the goods. Just so I know I can trust you.
You can't trust me. Now, did you bring the payment?
I don't know. Did you bring the goods?
Stuck in a recursive loop forever.
You're a humbug, Trixie, and worse, a thief.
I can't steal what's lawfully mine, you tangle-footed dimwit.
Break it up, you two. I've heard more than enough of your shit for one day.
Yeah, come on, guys.
That was my salvage, Trixie. You had no right to it then, and you've no right to it now.
What's going on here?
A disagreement between professionals. None of your business.
I risked my life sneaking around Marauders to claim that wreck. And I didn't see your name on it.
Now you've done it. Eat fist!
All right, that's enough! This is a family establishment. You want to make a mess? You make it outside.
But this was personal, Lex. It's a question of salvage. That wreck was gonna make me a fortune.
Yeah. You get a lot of tavern squabbles around here?
It's the same fight every day. 5 years we've been at this, and we still can't agree on how to properly tag salvage. Now you two listen, this is my place. While you're in the Sprat Shack, you'll sit quietly, or I'll forbid you to come here at all. Is that understood?
Here, here. Bars are for drinking. The poor decisions that result are better left outside.
Fair's fair. I'll have a stout, and we'll settle this later on our own terms.
It's no good to leave a fight unresolved. If I don't do something, these two are gonna be at each other's throats.
What do you propose?
Would you do me a favor and weigh in as a third party? I can use an unbiased set of eyes on the problem, and an outsider like you fits the bill.
Alright, dealio. I'll give it a whirl.
Freddy, Trixie, go on and make your case to the generous stranger.
I'll start, seeing as I'm the one who's been most wronged in this equation.
Go on. State your names for the tavern.
Oh, very formal. Freddy the Scab, freelancer for sublight salvage and shipping, same as my father before me.
Junkyard Trixie, also a salvage freelancer, though I've been at it longer than Freddy.
So, just up the road and due east of here, there's a shipwreck lodged in the mountainside, right? I staked my claim on that wreck. Then I wandered in for a drink. An hour later, Trixie swaggers in bragging about her salvage. Ugh, the nerve of some people.
Okay, what's your side of the story, Trixie?
When I found the shipwreck, there were no salvage mark. See, the whole area was teeming with bloodthirsty marauders. So I snuck around and added my tag, clear as day, so no drunken idiots could claim the salvage out from under me, Freddy.
For the record, when I heard the marauders coming, I left. Trixie must have set her mark down after me.
Drum your fingers thoughtfully.
Quit leading the prosecution, Hullhead. Anyway, that's my story, ma'am.
What mark did you leave on the salvage, Trixie?
I drew an X in the dirt, with my toe.
Could the marauders have walked over it by now? Or the wind blown it away?
Wouldn't surprise me in the least, but that doesn't mean it ain't mine.
In all my years, I've never heard a more contentious argument. I don't envy your shoulders for bearing the weight of responsibility. You've heard it from them both. So, who gets the salvage?
You know what? Trixie claimed the salvage. It's hers, by law.
Thank you. Law, it's hard to get a fair trial in this sprat-fucked colony.
You'll pay for this. I don't know how, and I'm not sure when. But just you wait, and maybe it'll happen. Someday.
Here's a 6-pack on the house, plus your fee. Maybe now we'll finally get some peace around here for a change.
Cool. Glad to be of service. See you around.
Come and chat if you're ever feeling thirsty.
That's my captain.
Smooth talking, Cap.
Aw.
You think the folks here like strangers? Because some of them are looking at us like maybe not.
The repurposed aesthetic reminds me of Fallbrook. These sublight folks really know how to overhaul a place.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch your step. Von Hoffman sees everything.
Who's this now? Wonder if they could... who am I kidding?
You're kidding nobody, Roscoe. What's up?
Holy shit, a fresh face. Haven't seen your like in years. Don't know what brought you to the most dangerous corner of this solar system, pal, but you're welcome here. Oh, you talked to Lex yet? She tell you to keep it civil? You wouldn't guess to talk to her, but that lady's got a mean left hook.
I talked to her. She mentioned you were some kind of journalist?
Some kind. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Got into reporting thinking I was gonna be some sort of public intellectual. What a joke. Spent 95% of my time playing stenographer to the board, and the rest writing puff pieces on the chairman's latest beard trim. Real life and death shit.
How'd a Byzantium journalist end up stuck in this backwater?
When the project fell apart, Spacer's Choice refused to extract me. They left me here to rot. Listen, I hate asking for handouts, but my back's against the wall here. If you're going back out there, do you think you'd be willing to do an old bastard a small favor?
Yeah, sure. Helping out old bastards is 80% of my job. What do you need?
Dr. Wells ain't that old, Captain.
Well, I've been trying to get away from this rock for 5 lobby-fucked years, but I can't stay gone.
Why's that?
Told you I was a journalist, right? I was here on a story back when Project Gorgon was active. I was doing an interview series for Spacer's Choice. Recorded them all on these little portable phonographs. But when everything fell to shit, Spacer's Choice wouldn't let me leave. Terms of my reporting contract unmet, they said.
Okay. What's that got to do with me?
I stashed my interviews around Gorgon when everything went haywire. And now there's about 5 million marauders between me and them. Look at me, I'm no fighter. I've never even touched a gun. But you're just the right amount of rough around the edges. Help me get my recordings back so I can finally get the hell out of here.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll do that for you.
No shit? That's downright civilized of you. All right. One of them I stash in the Office of Creative Incubation, in the projector room on the 3rd floor. I gave another to my friend Birdie to keep in her apartment, just outside OCI's upper entrance.
Got it. Next.
You'll find another in the chem lab. It's in the main lab storage room.
All right. Easy enough. The others?
The final one is in human inquiry and auditing. It's tucked behind a pipe in observation room B.
All right. Got it. I'll be back.
Strength to your sword arm, friend. And thank you.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Bah. 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 Bah.
What have you got there? Adrenatime, I think. I found some in an old busted crate.
You're just gonna take some drug you found in the garbage?
It's not some drug. It's adrenatime.
I don't see a label.
If it wasn't safe, it wouldn't be in a syringe.
I can't argue with that.
Insane argument to fucking make. Ooh, okay. It's actually relevant information. Blah. Blah. Blah, blah.
Someone's in here. Oh, lol. It's coming back up again.
Hey, you'll be alright, sport. That's how it goes.
So, how you feeling?
Jerome would have loved this place. You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type.
You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here, and whose journey is far from over.
Yep. Yep. Um. And seen things. Too many things to fully process them all.
You and me both. I don't know if you're bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do it myself, but of course, the Marauders would eat me alive.
I bet I could. I bet you could stand your ground.
Not for long. Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress.
Well, you know, something must be valuable.
It is to me, but apparently it's junk to Sublight. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled.
Where's Jerome now?
Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost. As soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line. I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again.
Aw. It was very noble of him.
That Jerome always chose the right thing, even when it got him killed. This place is greedy. It took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here.
Alright. What do you think happened to him?
No point in denying it. He died on this rock. Likely torn apart by marauders, unless he took care of himself on his own terms. I don't like to imagine what happened, but I know I have to accept it.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for that flask.
You'd really do that for me? Law, and I'll bet you're worth 10 of those Sublight sprats. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
Alright. Be seeing you, Lenora. Lenora? Sorry. I'm drunk. Hard to say words.
I heard a rumor the board is gonna shut this place down.
That'll never happen. This is a Sublight bar.
So what?
They'd be pissing off a legitimate business with connections in every corner of the colony, that's what.
In that case, how about another round?
Ho 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 ho. Isn't it so weird? I don't know. Sorry, I'm really drunk. I'm like, isn't it weird how drunk I am? Because I'm really drunk. Meh.
No one's coming. Maybe this isn't it.
This isn't the fucking way out? I just could have sworn this was the way out. That was my guess anyway. How do you get out? How do you get into the world? Like, I mean, the Sprat fuck bar is cool and all, but like, I want to like actually leave. Third floor. So that's the second. This is the third. Oh, this is Lucky Montoya's room. I see. I pick up what you put down. Oh, you're just a random guy, huh? I was gonna kill you. Well, I guess I need a passcode for the safe, but I don't know what the passcode would be or where it is. Sullivan, you were right about this place. I got a lead on some pricey merchandise, and all I had to do was put my ear to the ground. Apparently, there's a mine shaft down the road, posed past human inquiry and auditing and due east. Used to be an old dead job, but no one goes there anymore. Wonder why? Would be dangerous, but would it be kind of a scandal? Would be good to sit there unappreciated. Come and join me when you read this. I won't wait for you, but I bet there's more loot than I can carry myself. Jenner. Okay, cool. I'm good at reading. I can do it. Let me in! Fine, whatever. I don't even fucking care. I care immensely. Mm. Heyo.
Sorry about Freddy and Trixie. When they're not fighting over salvage, they're fighting over the bed sheets at night.
Wait, those two are a couple?
They like to blow off steam during work hours, but as soon as they clock out, they turn into a pair of kittens. So, what'll it be?
Crazy. I'm gonna have a look around.
Good. I've got paying customers.
Fuck you. I pay. I just don't need to buy. Hey, I got some questions.
You find anything out there, you let me know. I'm ready to get off this rock.
Fair, but do you know Lucky Montoya?
That old flirt? Yeah, I let him buy me a drink or two. He talked my ear off about exciting jobs he'd done. All lies, I'm sure. He fell asleep with his head on my shoulder. That man had baggage like you wouldn't believe. I didn't think anyone could be lonelier than me.
Damn, depressing. You mention anything about Gorgon Research Facility?
He bragged about having the key to some sort of maintenance area in one of the old buildings. I never saw it, so I just assumed he was talking himself up. He also asked if I wanted to see something gross and slimy he kept in his room, but I declined, politely.
Was he depressed?
He put on quite a front, but I think he was weary. Like he'd seen too much and had too little to show for it. Guess we were kindred spirits in a way.
That's all. Thanks for your time.
Sure thing. My condolences if you two were close.
I didn't know him at all. Well. What's the code? How do I get the fucking code? Well, I don't know. Oh, shit. Yeah, fucking this. There we go. Day 1. Spacer's Choice may have left in a hurry, but they didn't forget to lock the doors on their way out. Most of the facilities are sealed up tighter than a top runger safe. Time to do some digging. Day 6. Caught a break. Met a scavenger who claims to be a salesman for Spacer's Choice. Sold me a key to the Office of Creative Incubation. Let's say this guy's about as lucid as a sprat in a Rizzo's factory, but I'm spending Minnie's bits so I can afford to take a chance. It worked. Clarence, mostly. Whoever you are, I'm drinking to you tonight. Olivia Ambrose's office and journal ought to be in Synthesis and Manufacturing Center. The bad news is it's sealed up and at the ass end of the canyon. The good news is I should be able to open it from the Bigwig's admin terminal in OCI. OCI is crawling with marauders, and I've got a few other leads to chase down. Could be nothing, but my gut tells me there's more to this place than a missing journal. Time to turn over a few rocks and see what crawls out. I'm leaving the OCI key in the safe. The combo is 4815. Bah. Preserved eye. A carefully preserved eyeball, mostly intact.
Think they stick the preservative in before or after the eye comes out?
I really hope this ain't a sign of things to come.
Nah, it's probably just like the way we get in, you know? Oh, wait, yeah, there we go.
Great work.
Thanks. Alright. Freedom.
Don't you worry, Mr. Lucky Spirit. We're gonna finish your work and put you to rest, good and proper.
Whatever's out here, it better be worth carrying around a man's eyeball.
Keep an eye out, Captain. This place don't look entirely safe.
Sure.
Sure, on my way.
I'm going. Sure. I'm going.
Heading back.
This unit is currently in wait cycle. Please return later.
Alright.
Have a better than natural day.
Great work.
This is so stupid. Georgie, you asshole. What are you doing? Hey, you got those drinks? Don't tell me it's Glacial Age again.
When did you become this picky? Beer's beer. Hey, what are we celebrating anyway?
1 year on assignment. Only 10,000 more to go.
No shit. And that makes it 1 year trapped in this goddamn closet.
1 year getting chewed out by Olivia Ambrose for doing our jobs.
1 year drinking stolen beer.
And 1 year as partners. In crime. Partners in crime.
Hey, you okay? Your face is all red. Let me get you some water. Hold on.
Partners, Georgie? Are you out of your mind? Get it together!
Aww. Aww, it's so cute. Wow, it's adorable. Alright, you know what? Fuck whatever the main quest is. I am helping out with the lady. Yeah, so wait, is Lenora her last name? Elevator. Okay. Assume that's how I can get access in here. Fun. Holy shit.
Nice hit! I am a that's the last of them.
Oh, this looks just like the abandoned parts of Edgewater.
Ugh. We shipping some sulfur? It'll be like I'm back home.
Alright, cool. This has been fun, but the fun's gotta be done at some point, and I'm tired and a bit intoxicated. I'll continue this some other day. But yeah, well, pretty fun. I don't know, I'm liking this more, but it's just first impressions. So I'll see how I feel about